him now. Oh, not that.
Peggy 18.
Are you prepared to suffer to save your son? You have 5 minutes to cut off the last section of one of your fingers in front of the camera. If you succeed, you will get your reward.
Mr. Mars, can you confirm that your son has disappeared? Do you think your son is still alive?
Do they think it's the origami killer?
It is a possibility.
My name is Scott Shelby. I'm a private detective. I'm investigating the case of the origami killer.
I'm Madison Page. I'm a journalist. I suppose I like to play the guardian angel.
Agent Norman Jaden, FBI. Tell me what you know.
Ethan Mars has had psychological problems since his first son died. Feels responsible for his death. After one of our usual sessions, I found this on the floor. It must have fallen out of his pocket.
It looks like we got our origami killer.
I want every available man to find Ethan Mars. If he moves, we know about it.
Is it true? Are you the killer, Ethan?
The killer is walking around free as we speak.
Ethan Mars is innocent. I can prove it.
Good for you, Rooney. Your wish is gonna come true now. You can join a world of no worries.
Hello, nerds. How you doing? Elephant Roy. Stains Blue. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Got some tea. And we're gonna be starting book 3. Book the third. Book the third. Probably won't finish the game today, but you never know. Depends on how short these chapters are. Something tells me they're gonna be longer than 5 hours. But you never know until you play. Which we're gonna be doing anytime now. Just gonna post so people can watch. Although I don't know how entertaining this would be if you haven't followed the rest of the story, but Ken Follett's Pillars of the Earth. We've had 3 yoinks. Have I missed some yoinks? Have I missed any yoinks? I don't know. I don't feel like we've done a whole lot of yoinking. We've had stuff yoinked from us, but we haven't really done a whole lot of yoinking on our own. And the dingus counter is also kind of difficult in this game, because we're playing multiple characters. So I feel like sometimes our character isn't, like one of the characters we play is a dingus, maybe when we're not playing them. So it's tough. It's tough. But let's start this thing up. Play. I was also reading history. Like, I was reading about the history, and this is and at least some of this is historically accurate. So there's some historical accuracies to this game. Like King Stephen was captured in Lincoln. In the Battle of Lincoln, I think it was called. So, does reading history spoil the game for me? Well, King's, whatever it's called, King's whatever is a fictional place. So, like the actual cathedral and the location of the game itself, the main location, is fictional. So it's historical fiction. Like, I'm guessing the bishop in this game, and maybe the guy who's our nemesis, and the bishop who's our nemesis may be fictional characters. But apparently King Stephen's brother was a bishop, so that's accurate. Anyway, let's continue. Well, based on the 9 hours and 49 minutes that we've played this game, we might actually be able to finish it, because that's 4.5 hours per book, right? But we'll see. Continue. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 7 more. There's 7 chapters per book. 3 books, 21 chapters total. So let's go. I don't know where Claire went.
The White Ship. She was one of the fastest vessels that was ever built. The man who should be king of the English now, the son of King Henry, was on board when she sailed off. And with the prince there were 140 knights and many nobles, all on their way from Normandy to England. They say the ship hit the rocks, and then a fire broke out. Even before the White Ship had departed, the prince and his men had begun to drink and get violent. Monks that were meant to bless the voyage were then forced to disembark. Some say the ship had been cursed. the king's son and many of his family were pulled down into the Black Sea that night.
Read that as well.
You're forgetting one important detail. Not only these monks, but also Stephen of Blois, the king's nephew, left the ship before it embarked. They say he got ill.
That old rumor.
The same Stephen who calls himself the King of the English now.
What? That cannot be a coincidence.
Yes, it can be. Of course he's king now. He survived. He is the king's nephew.
What do you think, my lord?
I think Stephen is a clever man. Clever enough to have his whole family perish. But why he would want to rule that godforsaken rock, I will never understand.
What makes you say that? I love my country.
Then why are you leaving?
Well, because I want to see something new.
I'll tell you what you're going to see. A proper country, where people know how to behave.
What about you? Why are you leaving?
I'm looking for someone.
For who? I guess I should stay out of other people's business. Forgive me.
You English do talk a lot, don't you?
I just don't know how to feel about leaving my country for the first time. I mean, how should anyone feel?
Hopeful?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just running away.
You should all get some rest. It will not be long now till we reach Cherbourg.
Thank the Lord. I can't wait to be back.
This one's called Eye of the Storm, isn't it? Like, the heck? We get the nice intro that we get every time. So Lena's on a boat, leaving. Jack is left. And Philip is questioning his faith. And basically had their market destroyed. And, yeah. Doesn't know if he's gonna have enough money or resources to finish the cathedral that they were building. That's essentially where we left off, right? And Stephen got captured. But that happened a few chapters ago. So this is like episode 3 or something like that. Book 3, whatever you want to call it. The Eye of the Storm. That means when it's called the Eye of the Storm, right?
In the late summer of 1142, I had left my home country, England, for good. My old life lay in shambles, as did my former home of Kingsbridge. Having failed both my friends and family, I had set out to find my baby's father, the man I still loved with all my heart, Jack Jackson. And so early one morning in July, I finally arrived on the shores of Normandy. With nothing on me but a pouch of coin and a young, curious face yet unnamed, who was just as unfamiliar to this new world as was I.
What do you think we should name this child? George? The White Ship. White Ship is one of the fastest ships of the time. It's steered by the son of the captain of the Mora, the ship that brought William the Conqueror from Normandy to England when he invaded England in 1066. Like his father before him, the captain of the White Ship gladly offered its vessel to any member of the royal household of King Henry for passage on their travel from Normandy to England to visit the king. But like all the poor souls who went aboard the ship, the captain did not survive the voyage. In the dark of night, the ship hit rocks and a fire broke out. The ship was dragged down into the dark abyss of the sea, and with it, many of the king's heirs. Stephen of Blois, I don't know, Blois was meant to be on board as well, but it is said his sudden sickness caused him to leave the ship before it set sail. On November 9th, as the White Ship sank, Stephen became the last remaining male heir to the English throne, and thus some claim he was responsible for the sinking. I guess that's the,
You're still here?
Hey, Big Red Arc Sad.
It's you. I'm just trying to get my feet used to good solid ground again. The last bit of our voyage wasn't exactly my pint of ale.
That hammer you're carrying, do you happen to be a mason?
Actually, I am. You have a keen eye, mistress.
I guess I just know a mason when I see one.
To be honest, I haven't been one long. Just finished my apprenticeship in Salisbury. Before that, I used to shear sheep with my parents, but I guess that wasn't really for me. Father still hates me for leaving, though.
What will you do to find work here as a mason?
Don't know. That's for me to find out. All I heard was that the wages are better over here.
So you'll just travel from town to town and look for employment?
Right. And I was starting to say, a fellow mason told me about the abbey there. He said these Normans build their churches quite differently than we do back home. I need to see that with my own eyes. Maybe learn a thing or two.
Maybe Jack went to see the abbey.
Do many masons go to Lesay?
Lesay?
Yeah, I dunno. It's really just a tiny town. The mason who told me just happened to do some repairs there once. It's likely he told others as well.
Let's just keep
I
chatting.
left my old life as well.
Scary, isn't it? To start off fresh and all that.
Well, you definitely sound more excited than scared.
Oh, I am excited. Wouldn't anyone be?
I don't know. Maybe. I'm looking for someone. A red-haired mason called Jack Jackson. He came to France about a year ago or so.
A fellow mason, great. Unfortunately, I wouldn't know a thing. After all, I just arrived here with you.
I know, but should you meet someone like that on your journey, tell him Aliena of Shiring is looking for him.
All right. Jack Jackson. I'll keep an eye out for you.
Thank you.
Jack
Have a
Jackson.
safe journey.
Oh, thank you. You too.
Alright, let's go. How we go this way?
Hey, you. That's quite a bundle you got there. Where are you headed?
Have you seen a red-haired mason? You must have landed here sometime late last summer.
Another ginger in Normandy? I wouldn't have noticed, even if he was carrying a hammer instead of a fishing rod. Maybe you should ask someone in Barfleur. That's where all the travellers come through, the pilgrims and kings. Their lot rarely lands in Cherbourg with the fortress passing back and forth between Stephen of Blois and Geoffrey of Anjou. Why you even came to Cherbourg in the first place baffles me.
It was the earliest ship I could get.
You must be in some hurry, madam.
Let's just say I needed to get away before I changed my mind.
Fine with me. Who am I to judge? Travelling by car, your little...
Yeah, not Jack. But we can talk to him anyway.
Good day. I am looking for someone. A traveler who came through here last summer. Oh, hush now. I need to talk to this man.
Looks young.
He was born at the beginning of summer.
What's his name?
I haven't given him one yet.
You should. He needs to know who he is. Makes growing up a lot easier. You said you're looking for someone.
Got an apple.
The man I'm looking for looks a bit like you, actually. A bit more boyish, though.
So he has red hair, but no beard. Well, I don't know every redhead around these parts.
He could have a beard.
There are quite a few of us. Most of my family here in Cherbourg is ginger.
Oh, his name is Jack Jackson, and he is a mason.
No. No, sorry. I haven't seen him. And I come here every day. Maybe May saw him. She helps the sailors get their cargo to the nearby towns. Carries travelers, too.
I'll ask her. Well, thank you. Apart from Barfleur, what other ports do people commonly use to get into France?
Apart from Barfleur? Well, there's Harfleur. Sometimes people even go through Honfleur, which is close by. You could ask May to take you.
I might. Thank you for your help.
Does that mean port?
I'm afraid I can't help it. You really are quite like him.
Maybe I should become a mason then. Would definitely pay more than being a fisherman. Have a safe journey.
Hey, everybody's not a jerk yet. The harbors of Normandy. Barfleur is one of the chief ports of embarkation for England. It is important for Normandy's ship construction. It's the most popular harbor for the voyages of rulers and royalty on the way to or from England. Harfleur is another prominent seaport, which used to be the principal port of the ancient Calettes. In older times, a Roman road led from Harfleur directly to Troyes. Honfleur is another small port not far from Harfleur. Cherbourg is a fishing town, but it has recently become a center of political conflict. In their effort to win the ongoing war, Stephen of England and Gregory of Anjou, the Norman husband of Empress Maud, have fought more than once to each claim Cherbourg for its harbor for their side. Alright. I take it this is the person that we were set to talk to, I guess. I mean...
Changed your mind, madam? You know, I reserved a cozy spot just for you.
Do you know the road to Lessay?
Been there, seen it. But I hope you're not planning to go there on foot. Tell you what, you give me some coins and I'll treat you to me wagon. You can even change your destination once we're on the road, what'd you say?
All right. Take me out of town.
All right. Where'd you need to be?
Okay, I'm guessing I'm gonna get a map or something. Yep, there's a map. I can go to... Wait, where am I now? Is this where I am now? Well, this is close, so let's go here, I guess.
Lessay was tiny, but as it turned out, worth the trip. In the small abbey church of the Trinity, I met a monk who claimed to have talked to a man fitting Jack's description. He'd been fascinated by the abbey's rib vaulting and had asked the monks countless questions about the place's construction. The monk apologized that he couldn't tell me where Jack had traveled next, but I didn't mind.
Okay.
I lay down to sleep on the floor of the abbey guest house and, for the first time in almost a year, I felt relief. As I drifted into sleep, I hugged our baby tight and whispered into his tiny pink ear, "We're going to find your daddy."
George. We'll call him George. Oh, now I can... Wait, I can't go here anymore? Alright, well, this is closer. I feel like take the closer path. We have to go through mountains there? Screw that.
My father had once told me tales of the Mont Saint-Michel. Long ago, the Archangel Michael had urged Hubert of Avranches to build an abbey on a lonely rock on the ocean by burning a hole into his head. They say one can go and see his penetrated skull on display in the church of his hometown.
Really?
It was a windy day when I arrived, and the place was crowded with pilgrims and jongleurs. I remembered Jack's fascination with these tellers of stories. I spoke to one who was just taking a break. As it happened, he had indeed met Jack, although not in Mont Saint-Michel, but on a road heading east from there. Apparently, Jack had been hopelessly tracking jongleur who might have known his father, Jack Cherbourg. But as he'd been gradually running out of money, he'd intended to look for work in Le Mans or Tours. That was about 6 months ago. I was catching up.
Ooh, we gotta pick. Well, go to the closer one. I mean, it's closer, so we can, like...
Going to Le Mans reminded me of all the trouble I'd left behind in England. 30 years ago, Le Mans had been conquered by the Plantagenet Geoffrey of Anjou, Maud's husband. And although they'd held it ever since, other noble families kept on pulling at the city, like Maud and Stephen tearing at England. There was no sign of Jack, but I got news of a new kind of cathedral being built in Saint-Denis, just north of Paris. It was possible that Jack had gone there to learn from the craftsmen. That was, if he hadn't travelled further south, looking for work in one of the many churches in Tours, the hometown of Saint-Martin.
I'm gonna go here. I feel like I should check here first. After 2 months on the road. Oh, this just gets us a cutscene, or a not a cutscene, but a specific thingy. Important looking man. He looks kind of like a jerk. You think he's a jerk? Do you think he's a jerk? My bet's yes.
Good day. Are you the master builder?
What is it?
I'm looking for a mason who may have passed through here. An Englishman with carroty hair. He calls himself Jack Jackson.
A redhead?
Yes. Did you see him? He might have asked for work here.
No, I'm not looking for new masons. We're just doing repairs.
Ah, but was he here?
No, never seen him. Now, stand back, woman. Something could fall on your baby's head.
That sounded suspicious.
I was told he wanted to come here.
Well, maybe he changed his mind.
Are you sure you haven't seen him?
Why is he being suspicious?
I am.
You hesitated when I mentioned a redhead. Are you sure you haven't seen him?
Yes, I am sure.
May I talk to your workers?
No, they're busy. And I can assure you they have nothing to say on that matter.
Yeah, he's
Perhaps
a jerk.
I'll talk to them once they've finished for the day.
It would be a waste of time. All right, he was here. Was working for me. But I had to throw him out after 2 or 3 days.
Why?
Because he was all want. Let me redesign the roof, let me make the nave lighter. All pretty ideas, but he never shut up long enough to do the work he was supposed to do. Shit, that man was almost as needy as my son when he was still a brat.
He does know a lot about his craft.
Well, I know masons like him. They grow up gifted but without a mote of discipline in their guts. Can't work with someone like that.
Do you know where he went next?
No idea. Maybe to Limoges or Angoulême. Maybe even to La Rochelle. Seemed to have plans for every cathedral on God's green earth, but none for himself.
I understand. I'll leave you to it then.
Paris sounds like a good bet, actually. Paris is sounding like a good bet. Assuming he heard about it. But I guess I can't go there. So, well, the closest one is here. So I guess we'll go here.
We had just left Tours when I suddenly felt dizzy. I stopped and made rest, trying to catch my breath, then lost my breakfast in a ditch at the side of the road. To my horror, our baby too had grown pale, his breath shallow like that of an old man. I tried not to panic, but the next inn was a long distance away and we couldn't stay on the road where it was wet and cold. I managed to walk until the sun had fully risen before I keeled over. A knife merchant who'd been travelling behind me flagged down a coach heading back to Tours and haggled with the coachman to carry me back to an inn.
I thought that I had a cart.
Back in Tours, the fever got worse. I remember people carrying me into a room, laying me on a bed. I tried to feed my baby, but after that, everything turned into a blur. When I awoke, Jack was standing next to my bed. He scolded me for following him. "You know you could go anywhere you want," he whispered. "Why be stupid and follow me?" I tried to answer, but he just opened the window and jumped out, heading toward ancient Greece, or maybe all the way to Arabia. And in my feverish mind, I followed him.
Okay. Okay. We're dreaming now. Well, Greece is closer.
The further I went, the angrier I got. For years, I'd been fighting for my family. I'd committed myself to an oath to my father. I'd built up a business to sustain it and even married a man I despised so I could create a future for the people around me. I'd known nothing but my duty to the men in my life, while the man I was trying to find lived a life of casual irresponsibility. He traveled the world on a whim to learn about mathematics and philosophy, while I had to raise the child he'd fathered. When could I ever do anything just for myself? I asked the world as I went on.
I guess we go back to Kingsbridge. We're dreaming.
I travelled in a circle all the way to the edge of the world and back, only to return to the place of our failure. With my eyes closed, I listened to the sound of ripping yarn and crumbling walls, and of coaches carrying good people away into a cloud of crimson dust.
This stream sucks.
When the last moat had settled, I opened my eyes again and found myself in a dirty little room. An old maid was sitting next to my bed and smiled at me, then handed me my baby. Oh, dear God, he still looked so pale. The more I tried to keep him warm, the colder he felt. Oh, please, God, let him live. Don't punish him for my own sins. I gently caressed his head until finally he put his mouth to my breast and drank more and more, becoming greedier with every swallow. We had both been spared. We rested one more day. Then I gathered my things and headed back to the cathedral to thank the Lord for his mercy.
I guess we had a cold. Oh.
This isn't a good place for praying.
I'll pray here.
I thank you, dear Lord.
All right, steady now.
I thank you for having spared my child. I thank you for...
Don't let go until it's done.
But why are you showing mercy on me? I failed everyone I cared about. I failed Jack. I failed my brother. And if I never return, I would also break the oath I had given Father. It's just that I feel like I've never had a life of my own. I've always fought for others. And this may be the very first time that I fight for something that I only want for myself. Maybe I should just go back and help rebuild Kingsbridge. Maybe Jack doesn't even care for me anymore. Amen. Huh. I've seen one of those before.
It's amazing, isn't it? The man who did that really had it in him.
Had what in him?
The spirit of a true Mason. It's a shame that the Master let him go. In just 1 month, he did so many things.
What did he do?
He came up with ideas for how to make the construction easier. But the Master didn't want to hear it. To tell you the truth, everyone thinks that he feared for his own job having someone like that around. The last thing Jack did was carve that corbel. It was the one thing the Master let him do. Then when he was done, he was asked to leave.
Your master said he had no discipline.
Let me tell you something. Jacques worked very hard on it. He was impatient and had a temper, but you could see that he tried to overcome it. Conquering that rock was very important to him.
Oh, I understand that so well. Do you happen to know where he went next?
He wanted to walk the pilgrim trail to Santiago de Compostela.
The Camino? The Way of St. James?
He said he might find someone there who knew his father.
Just one more thing. How was he when he left?
Never thought about that. Relieved, I guess. He seemed ready for something new.
Thank you so much for your help.
Think nothing of it. And good luck on your travels. May you find what you are looking for.
Well, the master builder was a jerk. Confirmed. He was a jerk.
Isn't it odd? Just when you stop looking, you come across the most curious of things. Like these 3 devices that one of my merchants brought back from Baghdad.
Oh no. Is it another one of your Banu Musa toys, Rashid?
They're not toys, Adriel. They're objects of scholarly ingenuity and reflection.
I will let my valued friend from the north do the honors.
It's Jack. He's actually kind of got a beard now.
Jack, if you may. For one, let me draw your attention to the magnificent songbird on the table. On second thought, why don't you save the lady for last? Otherwise, the other 2 devices might appear bland and boring in comparison.
I agree.
And then, to that wondrous donkey next to the entrance. Although, the most astounding thing of all stands right between them.
No, it's too heavy.
That statuette?
Ha, precisely. But one thing at a time.
Oh.
Let us let Jack decide what to demonstrate first.
And now?
Now, Jack will heat the water in the tank.
He likes to take his time, doesn't he?
He must never know I burned down the cathedral.
It's so beautiful it will make you cry. Just listen.
Alright, that's cool. Bunamasua brothers were 3 scholars of Persian descent who lived in Baghdad in the 9th century. They were known for the Book of Ingenious Devices, a large illustrated collection of mechanical appliances. These autonoma. Automata were largely designed for entertainment, but featured innovative engineering. The brothers also wrote books on astrology, astronomy, and last of which had a great influence on both Islamic and European mathematicians.
How does it work?
Maybe it's a miracle.
Right.
Go on, Jack. Tell them.
Explain it.
There's a hidden wheel inside the box. It turns an axle that in return raises and drops a sequence of small cylinders inside. These cylinders work like fingers playing a flute.
But who is blowing into the flute?
Steam.
Steam?
Yes. When I opened the pipe, it gradually pushed itself into the tube.
The power of steam. For once, I must agree. This is brilliant.
Of course! It was created by a Muslim after all.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. What else have you got, Rashid?
Anyone care for some tea?
Thank you, my daughter. We will have some as soon as Jack has finished our presentation.
Mind if I watch?
Of course not.
You can put the tea
So,
down.
who is this man, Rashid?
Now what do I do?
Jack is a friend of the house. A brilliant man.
Don't let me
scholar
distract
and
you, Jack.
Talented artist. Just the other day, he explained Euclid to me.
What do I do now?
What
do I
is
do now?
that?
A Greek who wrote a book called The Elements of Geometry. The Egyptians translated it into Arabic, and now the Englishmen are turning it into Latin.
I guess I fill it up again.
How very peculiar. I could watch this man scoop up water all day.
Put it back in.
You showed it to us already.
Now that's not how she works.
How does this one work? Put it in the donkey device.
Now, watch the head. Just any moment now. There. Did you see?
It threw up.
Rashid, this is disgusting.
Oh, far from it. Would you kindly explain how it works, Jack?
You see that bowl floating on top of the water? At the bottom of that bowl is a small hole. Through it, the bowl is slowly filled with liquid. Once it's full, it sinks, pulling a string which makes the ball drop onto a weight. This, in return, pulls the bowl up again, emptying it in the process.
Thus resetting the entire mechanism.
If you timed it perfectly, you could make it drop a ball at every hour.
Turning it into a clock. How clever.
For me, it's still nothing more than a puking donkey.
Show us more, Rashid.
One could join those two and build a singing donkey clock. One song after every hour.
That would be pretty clever.
Singing donkey clock.
I know, right? You could be the one to build it.
Oh, that would be unfair. It's your invention.
I would let you have it. Or we design it together.
You still haven't shown us that statuette yet.
Of course. Jack, if you may.
I'm confused right now.
No. Oh, you will love this. Just watch.
It just disappeared. But it's somewhere cold. That's not cold.
And now?
Just be patient, but don't look away. It takes some time for her to...
To do what?
Hmm? Is it crying?
Isn't that amazing? No, it's irritating. Rashid, what is going on?
We have no idea how it works.
Rashid, please.
We all know that there is no such thing as a man-made miracle.
And this piece of wood is very clearly made by man.
I very much agree, my friends. But so far, none of us has an explanation.
All we know for certain is that her glassy eyes shed tears when you move her from warmth into cold.
Like a plant at sunrise? Like dew? The only difference is the surface, that's all.
I think you may be onto something.
Am I?
She's smart.
Of course, I had no intention of disturbing your conversation. But if you can find out why there's dew gathering on a plant, you may understand why that woman is so weepy. So, who wants a cup of tea?
I'll have some.
Your daughter is quite something, Rashid. A scholar in her own right.
I know. I'd rather she wasn't. It would make marrying her off so much easier.
Oh, I'm certain that won't stay a problem for long.
Maybe the dew originates from invisible water in the air.
Oh, man.
Water that stays hidden when it's hot.
Got a bad feeling about this.
The pilgrim trails across France converged at Osterbat in the foothills of the Pyrenees. There, the group of 20 or so pilgrims who had been travelling alongside me since I'd left Tours swelled to about 70. Some were prosperous citizens, some probably on the run from justice, a few drunks, and several monks and clergymen. Several languages were spoken, including Flemish, a German tongue, and a southern French language called Oc. Nevertheless, there was no lack of communication among them, and as we crossed the Pyrenees, they sang, played games, told stories, and in several cases had love affairs. While my baby and I kept mostly to ourselves.
Ganz schön frech, die mit ihrem Kind.
Yeah.
Hush now. Hmm?
Hum a song.
Richtig dreist.
Go for a walk.
Kann ein Mann nicht einfach mal seine Ruhe haben? Der Weg aus Babenberg war doch anstrengend genug.
Are you like talking to me or what?
Ein Kind hat ja auch gar nichts verloren. Stimmt doch, oder?
Psst, jetzt ist's aber gut.
Ist aber gut. I didn't hear. Walking.
Dear Lord, what are you doing? You should get out of the water. It's freezing.
My ring. I lost my ring. Dear Lord, please show mercy.
Well, that sucks. Stab, no.
The cold will kill you.
I can't leave without my ring.
Oh, search for rain. Oh, but I guess we can look in various places. Let's look in the bush. Oh, there it is. I see it.
Come back to me. Please come back to me.
I found it.
Yes! Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You are a very kind woman. So very, very kind.
I don't know why you were
I'm
looking
glad
in the
I could help.
water.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's kind of a dingus move, but not by me.
Are you getting warmer?
I am, thank you.
Alright, I
I can
guess I
see
have to
this ring
ask.
is very precious to you.
It was a gift from my stepmother. She thought I would stay forever, but I didn't.
Why did you leave?
Oh, I thought I didn't belong. She always said I was her daughter, but I was sure she was lying. I was so selfish and so stupid. Too stupid to see I really was happy.
Maybe you really weren't happy.
I don't know. I was very young and thought I was unhappy because I didn't live close to the sea. But in the end, the sea did not feel the same about me. The cold there made me sick. It took away my sight.
Why didn't you go back?
She had been so angry when I left. So angry and disappointed. she would have never let me return.
Ah, that's why you went on the pilgrimage.
Yes, so that St. James might see my devotion, and I will be united with my mother in heaven. I'm just not as kind as you. Not kind at all.
Actually, we two have quite a few things in common. I too am trying to make amends with the one man I loved the most. I was told he went straight to Santiago.
You will know soon.
Not soon enough. It's still 4 weeks till I get there.
4 weeks.
He'll be there, I'm sure of it.
I hope so. I just feel that with every day that passes, I'm losing him a bit more. And that the only thing I can allow myself still to hope for is not love, but forgiveness.
I understand.
Hey, hush now. Not long now and our journey will be over,
Camino. The Santiago, also known as the Way of St. James, is a Christian pilgrimage route to the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela, where the remains of Jesus' apostle St. James the Greater were presumably put to rest. Pilgrimage to Santiago, besides Jerusalem and Rome, is one of the most important pilgrimages in Christianity. Is believed to be one of the only ways to free a pilgrim of their sins. By the 12th century, it has become a well-organized undertaking. Even a book was written as a travel guide for the pilgrims. The Codex Calixtinus, supporting the pilgrims in completing their travel. The scallop shell is used to guide the pilgrims on the way and serves as a symbol of St. James and the Camino, because at the end of their travels, the pilgrims will almost have reached the ocean. I guess it's going okay. Hey, we're almost there, apparently.
The woman's name was Alba. She came from a small town somewhere in Catalonia. I quickly got used to her constantly feeling out for her stepmother's ring and the sad guilt that would always follow in her milky eyes. I wasn't sure if she appreciated my company, but I couldn't leave her on her own either. By the time we reached Los Arcos, she'd stopped talking, while I kept on dropping a kind word here and there to let her know I was still by her side.
She was kind of a dingus. Walking.
Alba believed herself to be of weak mind and body, and yet she walked the Camino with a strong sense of purpose that willed her onward. It made me wonder about what I'd told her about my own journey. Did I hope for love, or was I really traveling because I needed him to forgive me? But what was there to forgive? My decision to marry Alfred had been in the best interest of the people of Shiring. It was a sacrifice I had to make to stop the evil reign of William Hamley. These questions had haunted me for a long time now. But if I really was going to see Jack soon, it was time to make up my mind.
Did you, though? I don't know. Not convinced of that one.
Around Lyon, the path began to gradually turn uphill. It was only 2 more weeks till we'd reached Santiago. The baby was in a good mood, and so, surprisingly, was Alba. After Astorga, the trail got more difficult. Alba became slower and slower, and we had to rest more. She became quiet again. The strain on her old body grew, and she worried that she might not be able to reach the end. Still, we managed to push onward.
Good. She's slowing us down.
The next morning, she refused to get up. Her breathing was disturbingly shallow, and she hardly noticed me touching her forehead. Everything hurts, she said, and urged me to continue without her.
Yeah.
Of course, I stayed with her. I brought her food and water and sat by her side. But day after day, her condition grew worse. She kept on urging me to go, to find Jack, saying the monks of Ponferrada would take care of her.
Alright, that's enough for me.
I was about to leave when a monk stopped me. He urged me to stay at least for another day, and feeling that he was right, I remained. I'd hardly known her, and most of the time she'd tried to push me away, as if she considered herself a nuisance that slowed me down and who didn't deserve company. It wasn't until a few moments before she died that, for the first time, she smiled at me.
Oh.
And I like to believe that she saw me smile back. I still like to believe that here, in this unlikely place, dying next to a near stranger, she'd found a moment of serenity and happiness.
Well, that's sad.
But she'd not reached Santiago. When I left, that thought still haunted me. To see that a journey could come to an end so suddenly. But what would be different if she had reached Santiago? Could she have been disappointed by what she found?
Alright, we're off. We made it. This is a long chapter. After
After
month
months
of travel.
of hard travel, the child and I finally reached Santiago de Compostela. In the evening, we attended Mass in the great cathedral, then started to roam the town looking for my dear Jack. It was almost dawn when finally a priest pointed me to an inn close by.
Is this gonna go badly? I predict bad. But I don't know. Inn. Oh, innkeeper.
Buenos dias. Do you understand me?
Sinto ben, pero non temos camas dispoñibles.
No, I don't need a room. I was told a friend of mine stayed here some time ago.
Jack.
A red-haired Englishman called Jack. Do you remember him?
Eu só che falo en galego, miña rula.
Français? English?
Yeah.
Have you seen a man called Jack Jackson? Jack? He's a mason.
Jack?
Yes, have you seen him?
Pásanche por aquí centos de peregrinos, e cada un eche de seu pai. Vas ter que ser algo máis específica.
I don't understand.
What's this? A rat? There's a rat over there.
Oh, que cousiña! Eche rubio.
Sí, redhead. Can you give us some food? Comida?
Se queres xantar, terás que pagar. Síntocho, pero non es a única muller cun fillo que ven por aquí pedindo comida.
Have you seen his father, Padre del Niño? Jack Jackson?
Ven sendo un peregrino?
What?
É un peregrino?
Oh, no, no. He's not a pilgrim.
Entón, quen ven sendo?
He's a mason.
Ai, mal rayo, me partas e entendo o que me estás a contar.
Let me show you something.
I don't see how this is gonna help.
Isto pertence ao teu amigo.
See, it's his. This is my amigo's. He's a mason. He likes to build things.
Build things.
How do I tell her what I mean? I was told he used to stay here.
Diz que o rubio está aquí? Ah, xa sei a quen andas a buscar. Xurxo!
Que foi?
O raparigo este eche fillo teu.
Pois... non che sei. Case que non, eh?
No, he's not the man I'm looking for.
Semella que desta aínda zafas.
Does he speak English, though?
He's a mason. He builds things like that.
Ah, eche masón. Albanel.
Sí, a mason. It's the same word in Galician.
Por aquí pasan unha morea de masóns. Non me poderías dicir algo máis sobre el?
Oín falar dun masón que dis que se dedica a traducir libros en Toledo.
Polo visto, di que se chama Jack.
Yes, Jack. Have you seen him?
Non sei cal será o seu apelido, pero ben é certo que non chai moitos masóns rubios aos que lles guste ler. Se tan desesperada está, por que non vai a Toledo a comprobalo por si mesma?
Entón, marchou para Toledo.
He went to Toledo?
A Toledo marchou, sí.
Di que o teu Jack podería estar en Toledo.
All right, so I will go to Toledo then. Gracias. I just pray that I understood you correctly.
Same. But I gotta go all the way. Oh man, this is a long trip. Oh my god. Jeez. Oh, I'm going. I'm just going. About 1 month. 1 month. Toledo. Or Toledo, or whatever.
Buenos dias. Parlez-vous français? English?
Of course. How may I help you?
I was told a man named Jack Jackson lives in this house.
Who told you this?
A group of scholars living at the edge of town. They said he used to translate old scriptures about mathematics before he moved here.
Please wait here. I will talk with Master Rashid.
Alright. This is going to go poorly. I think we may have found him, though. Maybe we can scroll the screen. Oh, we can. It's a lizard. I think we gotta take a peek inside. This is gonna go poorly. Oh no, never mind. Ooh. We're not gonna trespass. Maybe we have to. We might have to, I don't know. House, I don't see it. I don't see any way to. Okay, I think we may have to, or we just wait here. I don't know. Guess we could. Maybe we can read.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Just dip his feet in the fountain. I mean, I guess we have to. There's nothing else we can do.
It's his.
I would say that's a yoink. That's not mine, and I took it. Well, that's why I had to go in. Okay, that's all I can do in here.
Oh, there you are. May I ask who let you stroll around our house?
I travelled hundreds of miles looking for a man called Jack Jackson. A scholar told me that I would find him here.
Yes, my servant told me already. My father's not here at the moment, so you'll have to make do with me. Unfortunately, I must disappoint you. There's no one called Jack living in this house.
Maybe he took a different name then.
I'm sorry, but this is not easy for any of us. I think you should know that Jack and I are promised to each other. Maybe we should go inside. The sun's burning, and my mother doesn't need to hear us.
I knew it. 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 I knew it.
Jack told me about you. You are Aliena. You're the one who rejected him and married his stepbrother. And now you want him back.
I need my son to meet his father.
His father? The little one is Jack's son.
He is.
He always said that he had come here to find out about his family. But instead, he found out about everything else. About philosophy, mathematics. When he and my father met, it was love at first sight. They studied together and made great plans. But in the end, Jack would always start talking about his cathedral again. This great church he would build one day. Rib vaults and pointed windows. He'd ramble on about it for hours and stare up at that ceiling. We three sat here for hours and talked. And then in the evenings, it would be just the two of us. So many strange ideas about the future. Some barely more than silly dreams. Others almost in arm's reach.
You're talking about him as if he were gone.
Well, he's not here anymore. My father had offered him work as a master builder here in Toledo. He would have been well off and free to spend his evenings under vaults like this, with me as his wife. But in the end, he refused. Tell me, did you really marry his stepbrother?
It was the hardest decision I ever made. But it also felt like a sacrifice I had to make to fulfill a promise I made to my father. It was all for nothing. I thought I had no choice. I didn't want to hurt him. Believe me.
I do. You know, he left me because of you. Even after all you did to him, he couldn't let go. You can be glad that you ran into me and not my mother. She was enraged when he left.
He can have that effect on people.
Okay, this didn't go how I thought it was gonna go.
But apart from that, we made our peace with him. Father even gave him one of his favorite pieces of his collection as a parting gift. A small wooden statue with stone eyes in exchange for his slingshot.
Would you mind telling me where he went?
He went to Paris.
Well, then that was totally...
To work on the Cathedral of Saint-Denis.
I knew it.
He said he never found out about his father, so there was no reason to stay down here anymore.
He wouldn't have been there, though.
Yes.
He
If you
would have
find
been
him
here.
there,
If
tell
I
him I
went to
don't
Paris.
miss him.
Thank you, and all the best to your family.
Thank you. What is the child's name, by the way?
Well, he has none yet. I wouldn't name him without Jack.
Isn't that a bit silly?
Maybe. But he's his son as well as mine. It's his right to have a say in it too.
Then off to Paris. That baby needs a name.
He
Or
will
Bort.
get one.
Maybe his name...
Thank you.
Maybe we can name him Bort. Well... I guess we're going to Paris. Back the way we came. Man, this looks like the long way around, but I guess there's mountains and stuff. How long do you think this is gonna take?
I travelled back along the Way of St. James, passing through Astorga, Lyon, and Burgos. I crossed the Pyrenees, revisiting Bordeaux, Angoulême, Poitiers, but never stayed longer than one night. The closer I came to Paris, the stronger my old doubts and fears resurfaced. If Jack really was there, what was I to say to him?
Hi, Jack.
We had to hear each other out before we could walk on again, in whatever direction that would be.
Yeah, hi, Jack. Hey, nerd. How's it going? 3 months later. Man, that's a lot of walking. I've never walked for 3 months before. Whew. That would be rough. Well, at least they're still working on it. Looks pretty nice, I think. Worker, Mason. Are we gonna find him? Hey, look at that thing. That's Jack's work. Is that Jack? Is it? I feel like that is Jack.
There. Are we awake then? You almost missed this.
It is
Look
Jack.
at these colourful windows. Look at the light.
It's Jack.
Ali,
We came to see you, Jack.
Is he...
He is your son.
Remember that one time we did that thing?
My son?
Well,
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. Ali, where do we go from here?
Wherever we go, I want to go with you.
Will you marry me? Both of you.
We will.
Game over. I don't think so.
We stayed in Paris as husband and wife. And our son, Tommy. The days went by quickly.
That's not even close.
Jack had learned much working as a builder in Saint-Denis. Days became months.
Named after Tom, I
Then
guess.
after a year, we both grew restless. Where can we go from here? We asked ourselves again. We both confessed that we wanted to see our families, our friends.
No, don't go back.
And then we knew where we wanted to go.
No.
Home.
Don't do that.
Even if it was in shambles.
It's a recipe for disaster. Oh, man. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna up the dingus
The
counter
ship to
by
England will
one.
leave soon.
What's going on here?
Whatever it is, if the crowd doesn't clear up, we'll miss our ship.
Dingus counter goes up one.
Could make the horse get their attention.
Or ride it through the crowd.
That sounds a bit dangerous, doesn't it?
You think?
Behold, the Holy Virgin.
If it takes a miracle to make these fools stop, then give them one.
You're right. I have to make her weep. It's the only way. Do you see? It's working.
Your friend Rashid must be quite the miracle worker.
What's going on? The Holy Mother. She's crying.
Revere the Holy Mother, for she has blessed us with a sign from the heavens. Cease your doings right now and witness the miracle.
It's true. Lord in heaven. Why is she crying?
She weeps for your sins. What has this man done to you that you would treat him like a wild animal?
He tricked us and took our coin.
And you would kill him for your own foolishness. The Holy Virgin weeps, for you are not living by the word of God.
It is the Mother of God.
Forgive us, Holy Mother. Where did she come from?
Come up with a story.
For hundreds of years, she languished in the land of the Saracens. Dormant, she has been waiting for the one to bring her home.
Listen to what he has to say. The Holy Virgin has chosen this young family to protect her. Tell us all where you are headed.
Her destination is beyond these waters. In the small town of Kingsbridge, in the earldom of Shiring. There she wants to rest.
Kingsbridge? Where's that?
Hail Mary!
Make way for the Holy Virgin!
Hallelujah!
Make Robert well!
Huh?
Blessed Mary, let my daughter conceive!
Give us a good harvest!
They're donating to ask for her blessing.
Oh. The weeping Madonna shall hear your prayer. And with your donations, I shall build her a new shrine at Kingsbridge, a cathedral.
It's you!
Who do you mean?
You! The red-haired ghost!
Me? A ghost?
Uh-oh.
My husband is very much alive. I've known him since he was 12 years old.
But he drowned. By God, you drowned. 24 years ago. On the White Ship. My poor son. My Jacques.
His name was Jacques.
Jacques Cherbourg.
Jacques Cherbourg.
Ooh, that was the reveal. Boom! We finished the chapter, finally. You felt hopeful on the ship. You listened to the young Mason's advice. You and your baby fell seriously ill, but you managed to survive. You helped another pilgrim along the way. You snuck into Rashid's sacred archive. You stole Jack's slingshot. You found... Oh, I did steal it. I never gave it back. So that was definitely a yoink. You found Jack in Paris. You decided to go back to Kingsbridge. I didn't decide to go back to Kingsbridge. The game made me go back to Kingsbridge. I think it's a bad idea. You saved that guy from a lynch mob, and you met Jack's grandmother, and finally learned about the fate of his father. Okay, he died on the White Ship. Alright. Wait, what? Wait. Does that mean something for me? From a heritage standpoint? Home. Kingsbridge. Well, it's been, what? Like a year? 2 years?
So much has grown, but there are no roots, no herbs.
What are you looking at, Jonathan?
The garden is in disorder. I want it to be right again, but I don't know how to do it.
Before I became prior, I thought the same about Kingsbridge.
Well, what did you do?
I cleaned up.
Where do we start?
Some plants are weeds and must go before we can plant new seeds.
What are weeds?
They take away what the other plants need to grow. Light, water, room.
What do we do?
Pluck them. They look a lot like every other plant, so you need to learn how to tell them apart. Here, you see those? They're called wood sorrel. Let's pluck only those for now.
I'll do it.
If you insist.
I got some weeds.
Make sure to pull out all of the thin roots.
And now what do I do?
For plants to take root, the soil must be loose and fertile.
So, may I dig now? Done.
Done.
What's next?
Is Tom still here, I wonder?
Stay here. I'll be right back. Now, where did you put them?
Weren't they, like, in this little bucket here?
Ah, here they are.
Here they are.
I found these nuts for you. Remember, Milius? You always said that one day there will be a beech tree growing here. I think it's about time.
Tree. No, it's a ghost.
What did you bring?
Do you remember Milius? A kind man with a warm smile. Well, he told me to give you this.
Wow!
Now we just have to wait.
I thought I was gonna say water it.
All right.
We didn't water it. You have to wait a long time. To be fair.
How long?
Too long for us to keep sitting here.
That long.
Some things take time. And only with patience will you receive your reward.
Why do we have to do all these things if all we had to do is wait?
Simply waiting would not have been enough, Jonathan. You just paved the way for things to take their course. They are happening right now. And in a few days' time, we will return and see the first green leaf of something new.
Is it God's reward?
Maybe.
Does he make things grow?
You made it.
No, I just planted the seed.
Oh, there we go.
Now you can fetch some water from the rain barrel.
But that water's smelly. It's been there forever. There are many trees by the river. I bet that water's better.
That's a longer walk, though.
I don't mind. The distance is worth it.
Maybe you're right. It is worth it. Let's walk together, then.
Don't
But
trees
I'll
like
carry the
stinky
bucket.
water? Do trees like stinky water? I feel like they might. Later that day.
Why isn't Remigius holding the sermon?
Hey, Gregory.
What's gotten into Philip?
Our church lies in ruins. But all of this, these dire times, have revealed something important to us. Something that, maybe until today, I wasn't aware of.
You think this game has pacing
What do you mean?
issues? I do feel like some chapters are significantly longer than other chapters.
You've been praying in these ruins. But you've been praying like you always did, in humbleness. We don't need a church for prayer.
Where else are we going to pray? The chapter house?
The church is where God resides.
God doesn't work in the ways we might assume.
Oh no, I'm speaking blasphemy.
Today, Jonathan tended to our garden to make it beautiful again. And he told me of things I almost had forgotten. Good and evil are not in here or out there. They are within each of us. God made us in his image. Thus, we carry the godly spark within us. But we have witnessed that man can have the devil in his heart as well. Prayer needs no special place, for we are his church. In our actions, he exists.
We are God's temple.
No man is closer to God than any other man. Whether you pray in church or on the streets of our towns, whether you're a man, woman, monk, or bishop.
Philip, look outside. You have to see them. You've got to see the horses and the colours.
Jonathan. Now, what's going on?
I heard noises and I went to look.
Calm down. What happened?
But the priest said they brought a miracle.
Who? What? What priest?
Step right up, brothers and sisters. For you are about to see something that will change your life.
Who is that?
They brought us a miracle.
A miracle?
Don't be shy. There is no danger, just awe that awaits you here. Ah, you must be Prior Philip. I am Brother Reynold. I have been sent by the Archbishop of Canterbury. Here is his letter, in case you have reasonable doubts.
Inspect. Philip, I hereby implore you to accept the grace of the Weeping Madonna, for she has chosen Kingsbridge as her shrine after the rumors of a miracle had come to my ears. I had called for the procession to see me. I then saw it with my own eyes. She is real. I have claimed the miracle for England, and I had intended to retain her in Winchester. The guardians of the Madonna have convinced me otherwise. They have come to England only to support the rebuilding of Kingsbridge. You have my blessing, Philip of Kingsbridge. I expect you to restore your priory to be worthy of the Holy Madonna.
We've been charged to accompany the Weeping Madonna. She is to replace the loss of your relic, Saint Adolphus the Martyr, who was taken from you, I hear, with brute force.
What?
On her travel from far away Africa, she has collected donations to reward Kingsbridge for your faith in her and in the Lord.
I can't believe this. What is all this?
You do believe. That is why she came. And that is why you shall witness her miracle for yourself today. The Weeping Madonna came to me in a faraway land named Africa. A baptized Saracen was her former guardian.
That's not question.
Please tell us more.
Of course. My words shall prepare you for the sight of the Holy Madonna. I knew not her powers or destination. Nevertheless, I carried her for many miles. Many bore witness to her miracle before it dawned upon me.
Please tell us more.
Of course. My words shall prepare you for the sight of the Holy Madonna. But I wondered, what shrine should be her shelter? This time, it was the Madonna herself who answered my questions. She said, You shall build me a new church in Kingsbridge. So we set off, with the blessing of Archbishop Theobald of Canterbury.
My dear people.
Oh, I'm so excited to see a true miracle.
Did you hear that? The Madonna has chosen us.
She's come all the way from Africa.
And along the road, from Paris, across Normandy.
Tell me the truth. Why are you here?
We are guardians of the Holy Virgin that sheds tears. We were appointed by the Archbishop of Canterbury, but it was the Holy Virgin herself who chose us while she travelled through Europe.
Oh, yes. How did that happen?
She speaks without words.
Over the sea and all the way to Kingsbridge.
They look almost
Devout
like
Christians
horses.
have given money for the building of the church
Hollow.
of the Weeping Madonna.
Feels like a wicker basket covered in pelt.
This church of Kingsbridge.
A fake camel.
Do you speak English?
No English, no campandare. No.
Oh, what's this? I think you might have stepped into horse dung.
What? Where?
No English, is it?
Just un poco, si.
Could you talk to this man, Martha?
Yes, it's strange. He was quite talkative just a moment ago. He told me he was from Damascus in Africa.
Isn't Damascus in Arabia?
There's one in Africa too, I'm sure.
Why are you pretending you can't speak English?
No inglese. Malada.
The Weeping Madonna has chosen you.
Please, everyone.
Shh! We want to listen to his story.
All of you.
All right. We'll talk about where are you from.
You must be thinking. In the beginning, I was not. I only had my faith.
What country did you say you came from?
We have traveled all the way from a place of wonders too marvelous to behold. The faraway land of Africa.
Africa has many countries, I've heard.
Yes, it does. I will tell you again, dear brothers and sisters.
What's it like in Africa?
The sun is always shining, and miracles happen every day. It's a land of great deserts, fig trees, and creatures that an Englishman can't even dream up.
Like these horses. Are they horses?
They are not. To you, they might resemble horses, but the name the Africans have for these creatures is impossible to pronounce, even for me.
What's
you
a fig?
must wonder.
You mentioned there were fig trees in Africa. What are they?
It's a fruit, of course. It looks like a strawberry and tastes like a pear.
The scripture mentions these figs, and they sound nothing like that. Why is that?
No two apples look or taste alike. The same goes for figs, and doubly so.
I'm getting the impression that this man has never even been to Africa. But why would he lie?
You heard me correctly. It was a long
What is in this book
journey.
will not help me more than the answer.
The Weeping Madonna
much to
came to me in a faraway land named Africa.
Excuse me.
Don't interrupt.
You must wonder.
Hey!
Shh! You must be thinking, how can he be so sure?
Alright, I guess I have to
In
look
the beginning,
around.
I was not. I only had my faith. I knew not her powers or... Nevertheless, I carried her for many miles. I will tell you again, The Weeping Madonna has chosen you, all of you. You heard me correctly. It was a long journey. The Weeping Madonna came to me in a faraway land named Africa.
I am Philip.
Baptized Saracen
Who are you,
was her
young
former
man?
guardian. And I and the custodians of the Holy Virgin were chosen to take her
Don't
on
you
a
want to
journey.
see the miracle too?
And I will tell you again.
That's not fit for a shrine.
She is a true miracle.
Nothing sacred
that will
about
change
this.
your life as she changed mine. Many bore witness to her miracle before it dawned upon me.
All right.
She wanted to go home, but where? It came to me in a dream. It was Kingsbridge. Can you feel it? Brothers and sisters, you are about to witness a miracle.
Apparently I saw everything.
The Madonna knows how you have suffered. The Virgin Mother had to witness the rise and fall of her Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, and never stopped believing. Kingsbridge has endured many hardships. Prior James left you before his time when you needed him the most. Your old cathedral was burned to the ground.
How do you know this?
And your new one collapsed even before construction was finished. You have suffered the ruthless destruction of your market, homes, and lives.
Dada!
All of you have lost husbands, wives, and children, family and friends.
Dada!
All of you know how it is to be hungry and afraid. But you have kept your faith. And the Madonna knows. She will weep for you and the suffering of mankind.
I'm gonna watch.
For she knows how it is to lose a son
Do I have
and
to
feel
follow?
like God has abandoned you.
He even railroads you a lot.
She knows. She knows. Let me repeat. Kings.
Jack. Helena.
Philip.
But this is...
A miracle, isn't it? Or something along those lines.
But how?
Oh.
We thought it was time to give Tommy a home.
The boy? Your boy?
Well, Philip? Do you recognize him? Our little Tommy?
Tommy? But... It's been almost 3 years since I last saw you, Jack. Where on earth did you find him?
I'd almost given up looking for him. Then Tommy found him.
And you decided to come back?
Well, this is our home, after all.
Then what on earth is all this? This miracle?
With the Madonna, we were able to collect donations for your priory and for Kingsbridge.
Really?
We can start anew. We can rebuild the cathedral.
What's the catch?
I'll get to be master builder.
Why?
I've studied the cathedrals, churches, and houses they build in France and Spain. I saw how different their constructions were, with new shapes, colors, and ideas. Oh, you should have seen it. They combined rib vaulting and pointed arches. I want to do that. That's why.
Why here?
Because this is home.
What you're doing is selling the people a lie.
This is a harmless deception.
There is no such thing as a harmless deception.
It serves the same purpose as an illuminated drawing in the Bible.
Our show illustrates the truth that the Weeping Madonna comes from a faraway land, which it does.
And she can weep too. Though that is more of a technical achievement.
You want to sell something explainable as a miracle?
The church does the same. You said so yourself. You even wrote a book about it.
Yes, I said that it was not right that the church is faking miracles.
But it works, doesn't it?
Oh.
Jack! Aliena! You came back!
We wanted to see you, little sister.
How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. But look at you! And the little one!
Tommy.
How are the others?
Alfred left Kingsbridge.
Okay.
Richard shows up every now and then.
Good to know.
And Ellen returned to the forest.
Also
we need
good
to visit
know.
her.
Father lives with her now.
What's wrong, Mother?
I'm glad you're back.
I am too.
But
Very glad.
She looks like she's about to cry.
She will weep for your suffering, Kingsbridge. She knows your pain.
What now?
The miracle!
Her eyes are wet.
Her eyes!
Look at her.
They're shining!
She cannot hold her tears any longer.
She is made of wood. It's impossible.
Why are you weeping?
She's mute ever since her husband died.
The Madonna has suffered as I have. She understands.
It seems through her faith in all of your lies, Mary has found a miracle. We can't keep trying to repair Kingsbridge by ourselves. Things are not improving. We're struggling to keep things as they are.
But we can't afford to hire help.
Without farming and fairs, we're back to Prior James's time.
All these past years, my advice was good enough for you. But it appears you've changed your mind now, again.
It is time we started doing something to wake up and make Kingsbridge what it used to be. We did before, and we can do it again.
I'm not willing to accept a risk like that. Don't you remember what happened last time? My, how easily we forget.
I remember well.
And still, you put your trust into a group of random strangers to make things better. Philip, why in God's name have you stood by and let this happen? They're tricking us into giving them money for false idols.
They are giving us money.
So that we'll place this idol in our priory? Do you approve of this?
No, I don't approve of their deception. The Madonna is a trick, no miracle. But the people have already decided, and I won't take away the hope they found. Did you not see what happened to Mary?
I saw. And I see that you intentionally turn a blind eye to the lies of your friends. I'm warning you. I cannot support a prior who tolerates heresy.
Your threat won't sway me. No matter how unconventional, their return and their gift are a blessing.
You made your decision, Philip of Gwynedd. And now, I make mine. I resign. I'm leaving the Priory.
Oh no, that's not good. That's not good. I mean, I don't mind him being gone, but I worry about what he's gonna do when he leaves.
You got so big, Tommy.
That's the worry.
And you're just as shy as your father was. Don't let him fool you. Usually, he's always up to something.
I mean, for him leaving, I go, oh no. You're leaving. Aw, man.
We are so proud of you. Of both of you.
Is she still here?
Hmm?
Your wife,
Man, Tom's still on a crutch.
No. Ellen and Martha moved her to Kingsbridge. She got a proper burial this time.
Will you come back with us too?
Would you want that?
Yes. I need your help with the cathedral. Philip and I have big plans.
We'll come.
Ellen, we found Jack's family in Cherbourg.
The place he came from wasn't Cherbourg, it was Cherbourg.
Really? What were they like?
They were good people.
His grandmother said Jack looked just like him, like his father.
He does. But they never came for him or asked about him.
They thought he was dead. His ship sunk. He'd always wanted to go to England.
Have you ever heard of the White Ship?
No.
The king's family drowned.
My father was there. He was the only one who survived.
Not for long.
You told me that he was accused of stealing a chalice.
Yes. But I know he was innocent. I heard the story and had to find out what he looked like.
Hey, I remember that.
I fell in love.
Well, that's how.
I helped him escape.
Oh, that's how she knew.
But
how
in
to
the end, they
escape.
caught up with us.
What happened then?
They hanged him. I was there. And you were there, Jack. But you weren't born yet. He was led to the gallows. Everyone was quiet.
We're learning things.
The people
We're
somehow
learning.
knew he was not a thief. But I knew for sure. He told me.
I'm learning.
He was so afraid. He didn't want to die. I didn't want him to die. And I prayed. Then I heard his voice. Quiet.
Sang sweeter than ever, as if the falling melody might wing and net dissever. At dusk the hunter took his prey.
He's gonna pull the thing.
His freedom.
Here he goes.
No! No!
You said that 3 men were responsible for Father's death.
Who were they?
The Sheriff of Shiring, Percy Hamley, Prior James of Kingsbridge, and Archdeacon Waileran Bygod. They showed no mercy. Neither did I. I curse you! All of you! He will return to haunt you! One day, you will be judged for what you did. Your houses shall be consumed by fire. Your life shall end in pain and agony. You shall grow old in sadness and regret.
We got more
The people
stuff
they
to deal
killed
with.
will return to haunt them. I promised them.
We got more stuff to deal with. We're gonna find out about Prior James, apparently.
We welcome our new Prior Remigius. He helped to recover the bones of the Saint of Kingsbridge, Adolphus, from the hands of thieves.
I knew it.
Adolphus already rests safely in this great cathedral of Shiring.
See?
Our master builder Alfred promised me that it will only be a matter of a few years until the cathedral will be finished. And the Earl of Shiring has promised to support us. But he has not done so for himself. No, the Earl is not a selfish man. His mother,
I knew it.
Lady Hamley, is sick. More and more, I feel the whole of England is suffering from a sickness. The sickness of war, poverty, and most of all, heathen beliefs. I have spoken to God. I asked him, begged him to walk amongst us, to heal us. But God told me that only when this great cathedral is finished will he have a temple to reside in. No matter the cost, this shall be a towering castle to protect us from evil and false beliefs. With this cathedral, we will bring an end to the dark times.
Waileran, by God.
Jack, what are you doing here?
My father died by your hands, Waileran. His name was Jacques Cherbourg.
How dare you talk to the bishop like that?
He died right here!
Who are you?
I know that man. He's that bastard from Kingsbridge.
That man is my husband.
You?
All of you, listen to what we have to say. From now on, Kingsbridge is protected.
By our knights, by our walls, and by the word of the king.
So whatever you do, we will defend our town, our market and fulling mills.
And our cathedral, which we shall rebuild. All workers are invited to come and work for us.
Preposterous.
If you so much as try to bring harm to us, Bishop, we will make sure that you pay for everything you did.
Why? I know this is gonna end badly. Why would he go to work for them? Like, he knew what they did. Like, he knew perfectly well who burnt the markets down and killed everybody, and yet somehow he ended up there. Unless there's something we don't know about him, I feel unsettled about that. Like, I mean, I kind of knew it was gonna happen, but as a I feel like he actually, like, I feel like he kind of cared. But he immediately went there. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to take a break. And then we'll move on to chapter 17. 17. We probably won't finish this today based on how long these chapters have been. I think we got about an hour each, or an hour plus for the first one, maybe 40 minutes for that one. All right, I'll be back in a little bit. Don't go away. I have returned. I don't know if I support this decision. You know, I don't know if I support this. This feels like a bad idea. Like we went there and we just said, "Hey, we're back. Come get us." Like, why? Why? I mean, I guess for a story, like, I don't know. It's 12th century. People are idiots. Right? Well, this is 11 years later. Whew.
It had been 3 years. 3 years of drought. 3 years of hunger and poverty.
Cathedral's not done yet. It's been
England
11
was
years.
brought to its knees. Only our walls had kept us safe from the bands of outlaws raiding towns and villages. Bishop Waleran and William Hamley forced the workers to finish their cathedral in Shiring. Many had died.
Forced.
The work on our own cathedral had almost come to a halt.
Ooh, it looks nice.
4 weeks the storm had raged on. It was then that our cathedral gave up its last secret.
What does that mean?
And everything changed.
Everything changed. Again? Everything keeps changing.
Tom! I told you you wouldn't like the sight of this.
It looks bad, but it's not the wall I'm worried about. It's good you sent the workers home during the storm. Now do us all a favor and do the same. Go home. Your children hardly get to see you. Tommy and Sally have been asking about you all morning.
Alina and Jack's family. Hey, we got somebody after their promise to Waleran to keep Kingsford protected. Richard and Jack have spent much time fortifying the town. Since then, William Hamling has not dared to attack the town. Lena, who has continued her wool business, trades mostly outside of shearing. Most of the fleece is traded. She is trading is produced in Kingsbridge, where Jack erected 2 felting mills. Lena and Jack have 2 children now. Tommy is already 12. His little sister Sally is 9. Martha looks after both of them while Jack and Alina are working. Some believe that Martha and Richard are in love. But if that is true, they are keeping the secret well guarded.
You'll kill yourself up here!
That crack down there must have been due to the storm. If the storm works, I work.
My cathedral was never designed to be this high.
I know. I reinforced the walls. It cannot be the height.
What else was damaged? I'd look myself, but I dare not come closer. If your mother knew I was up here at all, she'd kill me.
Both of us.
What?
She would kill both of us.
The east wall is about to collapse. Why? What could be the cause? How? Well.
Careful over there!
If we don't find out what's causing this, then the whole east wall will come down. The storm is making it worse.
If you're right. What about Aliena?
She should be on her way back from Winchester now.
Oh, I hope she's all right in this.
I'm guessing it's the last scene.
Yeah, I hope so too.
No. I don't want to break more stones loose. The vaulting is cracked.
If I make it worse, then we'll at least know what the problem is.
You're probably right.
All right. One more time.
What, how is this a good idea?
And? What happened?
If the vaulting were unstable, this part should have collapsed and the wall would retract.
So, the cause of our problem is not up here?
No.
When we erected the eastern wall 17 years ago, there was also a crack. No matter what we did, it always came back. Remember?
Yes. Yeah, I remember. But this is not the same wall. We rebuilt it.
Still, could the cause not have been the same in both cases?
Maybe. The ground is the same.
But it's never been that dry.
We had no problem with the rest of the walls.
Well, that's true. But there must be something else.
The crypt!
Huh. How kept the whole foundation there as it was?
But it never had to carry this much weight before.
You're right. If the cause of our problem is down there, we'll find it. You go ahead.
Don't you need help?
I'll manage. Just don't tell your mother.
Are you sure?
Go on. I know you can't wait to get down there.
Neither can you. I'll just take a quick look and wait for you.
Is it gonna be a ghost?
They were enraged. Bishop Henry thinks that the Pope should hear about what you wrote.
I think so, too. I would be honored if he read my book.
Philip, I really am worried about you.
He's getting old.
There is no need for you to worry, Jonathan.
15 years.
It is just a book.
The problem is that the people love your sermons and what you wrote, even though most of them can't read. Your book is being copied in priories all over England.
Is that not a good thing, if our message gives people hope?
In desperate times, hope can be a powerful force.
That is very true.
Well, I fear the bishops. They might come to believe you took that power from them.
Huh? Do you?
The divine soul. In his text, Philip suggested we all carry a godly spark within us because God created man, and while sometimes they may seem as if God has abandoned us, God is indeed always closer to us than anything else because our soul is of divine nature. This means that man does not have to wait for salvation from outside, but that we all can change the world around ourselves. We can plant a seed and God in return will make it grow. Philip's message of hope is heard in all of England and even other parts of Europe, but the church is highly critical of the text. In his first book, Philip had only criticized fake miracles. Now he seems to claim that as all men are equally divine, members of the clergy are not closer to God's glory than any other man. Alright. Jack!
Have you been atop the cathedral during the storm?
Don't worry, Philip. The storm isn't as bad up there. Jonathan, did you and the others come directly from Winchester?
Yes, we did.
What about Aliena?
She stayed a day longer for the Fleece Fair. She should be on her way back now.
In this storm?
We didn't expect it to get worse.
No one did.
I am sure she'll be all right.
I need to go. I think I know why the east wall is unstable.
Yes? Why is that?
I'm not sure, but I think the answer lies down in the crypt. I should hurry before it's too late.
Let's go. I hope I don't die. That would suck.
I better wait for Tom. I know he doesn't want to miss anything.
Now it's down here, too. The first cracks are showing.
That means we were right. The cause of the instability must be down here.
The ground.
Could be.
The drought could have made it worse.
We'll find out.
How are we gonna find out?
Rashid was right. People love to believe in miracles. But the reason most people come to Kingsbridge now is for Philip's sermons. He tells them what they need to hear. He gives them hope. Do you know what's going on here, Mary? That definitely wasn't here before.
Do we use our chisel on it, which seems like a bad idea?
If there's dry sand behind there, we know it's the ground.
Just be careful when you work on that wall. If it's the ground and the foundation, the whole wall could cave in.
You know, this seems like such a bad idea.
Here we go. But what? I think I can feel a draft.
What?
One more time.
We just barely got that one. A draft.
Jack, watch out!
It's all right.
What is it?
There's a passage.
Dear God.
These stones, they've been removed before.
The mortar is missing on most of them.
Whoever put them back just added some mortar on top of the stones to hide the fact that they were removed. The tile at the bottom was completely loose.
What does that mean?
I think it was an entrance.
An entrance? To where?
That's what we'll find out.
Hell.
Careful now. You've got the whole east wall on top of you. Jack?
Jack?
I'm all right. I just hit my head. It's dark in here. There's a whole room here.
A chamber.
What's that? I'll get a torch.
Philip, I'll get it. You stay here.
That's not wood. It's metal. Gold, even. It's made of leather. It's a whip. What is that doing here? Is that a coffin? Oh, there's sand everywhere. Huh? It's a bed.
What?
There's a bed in here.
What? Jonathan, we need that torch.
I have the torch.
All right, come in here. Should be safe.
This is where Prior James was. Probably.
Did you know about this place?
No. No, I did not. I have seen this chalice before, when I was very young. It's the chalice of the Eucharist from Kingsbridge Cathedral.
Ah.
Cuthbert told me about it. They said it was stolen.
And melted down, I know. Mother told me. They also said it was my father who did it.
Did they?
So he's innocent then?
He must be.
And whoever hid the chalice is responsible for his death. They hanged him in Shiring for stealing this chalice. But it was here all along.
That scourge, the whip. It belonged to Prior James. I was afraid of it when I first visited Kingsbridge with Francis and Abbot Peter. Even the look of it scared me.
James. Maybe it was him. I think I saw him during the night of the fire in the cathedral. When the old cathedral burned down, there was a man in the fire. His shoulders were bloody, as if he had chastised himself.
Yes, I remember that.
It is you! By God and the devil!
Oh yeah, that is him.
He told me that he had sinned, that he had done something to me. Perhaps because I looked like my father.
So he confessed for framing your father while he hid the cup here?
But it couldn't have been James you saw. James died weeks before the fire.
Did he? You said they never found his body. Maybe he hid down here. Maybe that's why the bed's here.
Wait. Jack, you were in the burning cathedral. What were you doing there?
I'm not going to confess to it.
Nothing. I did not tell Philip.
Nothing.
I wasn't ready to confess what I had done.
Nothing.
But I could see the doubt in his eyes.
As a child, Philip was afraid of Prior James' scourge. He first saw it when he and Abbot Peter, the man who raised him, and Francis, after her parents were killed, visited Kingsbridge. Years later, James decided that Philip, now a young man, should get a chance to lead his own priory cell, St. John in the Forest. Every time Philip visited the mother's house in Kingsbridge, he always remembered the day he first saw the scourge. Abbot Peter did not like the idea that pain could lead to salvation. But Prior James believed that chastising oneself was the only way to cleanse the soul from the sinful implications of the flesh. After Jack told Philip that he believed Prior James was alive the day the cathedral was burned down, Philip remembered that only weeks before the choir did not dare to sing because they thought they heard some chastising himself in the crypt. Maybe they really did hear James. Maybe James had hid in a secret room in the crypt, but why? That is the question, but why? Meanwhile, in Earl's castle,
Wailerin, what do you want?
Do you think it is wise to resign yourself to gluttony at times like these, while your people starve on the streets of Shiring?
Don't play the saint. You promise them miracles, and you make them pay. But your miracles never work out, do they?
God works in ways that we cannot comprehend.
My mother cannot walk. You failed. Again. What do you want?
I came about a book.
The Bible again?
No. Philip of Gwynedd wrote it. And the church is displeased. Bishop Henry was enraged. This is our chance, William.
Your chance, you mean? If you need forces, talk to Walter, or Ugly. I don't care. I built your fucking cathedral. I'm done.
It's not just about Philip. It's about Aliena and her family.
Don't mention that name.
But have you not heard? King Stephen and Maud's son just signed a peace treaty.
I don't care.
You should care.
I said I don't. Now leave, and don't come back unless I ask for you. Where's my wife?
They've not returned yet, Lord William.
Then get me a whore! Now!
Wow. He's he's not looking so great. After 15 years of civil war, the battle between Stephen and Maud, England was more divided than ever. After a final confrontation in Wallingford, Empress Maud's son Henry II and Stephen arranged a truce. I read about this. The treaty was later signed in Winchester and Westminster. According to the treaty, Stephen would remain the king until his death and then be succeeded by Henry II. The treaty further states that all decisions regarding land, which were made during Stephen's reign, are immediately reverted and restored to the time of King Henry I. This means that the earldom of Shearing again belongs to the heirs of Bartholomew and not to the Hamlings, but who would dare to go again? Oh! We've succeeded, technically. Richard is now the Earl. I guess we succeeded in the game of attrition. All we had to do was nothing. That's literally all we had to do. A whole lot of nothing. I feel like we should get shelter. I didn't read that part. I was reading about this history just to figure out how accurate this game was, and a lot of the stuff in this game is actually historically accurate. Kingsbridge is not a real place, I guess, but that's the fictional part of this story. What if I fail? Probably nothing. I could have knocked first.
I am sorry for intruding, but I must ask you for shelter. I was on my way from the Fleece Fair in Winchester to Kingsbridge and got caught in the storm.
Nasty, isn't it?
Yes. And it's getting worse and worse. Thank you for your hospitality.
Someone! Help me! Please! I need help!
Where's that coming from?
Hello? Oh dear, are you hurt?
My horse! It fell! I can't move!
Take my hand! We'll get you inside! We'll only be here until it's safe to leave. We won't bother you.
Okay, this is weird.
I'm Aliena. What's your name?
Elizabeth.
Oh, I know who this
Breathe,
is.
Elizabeth. You're safe now.
I know who this is.
Mm-hmm.
She took her in.
Should have let her die. We
I
would
know
have
who
been better
this
off without
is.
someone like her.
All this stuff.
We don't have much, but always enough for a lost soul.
She doesn't deserve anything.
Take a bowl and go ahead.
Why don't I deserve anything?
I can't carry it in my bare hands.
Oh, I need a bowl.
I don't like this.
Bowl, where's bowl?
Hold your horses.
Like it.
We'll see what happens.
Oh, there's a bowl. Are they gonna attack me? I got a bad feeling about this. I got a really bad feeling about this.
Shush. Let her eat.
Thank you. Eat this. You must be hungry.
Thank you. That's nice of you.
Why are you giving her soup? Dirt. That's what she deserves for dinner.
What? Do you want her to starve?
Please, don't start a fight.
Oh, they know who she is, and I don't.
Oh, you're so kind. Many people would have let me die. People don't listen to me. My entourage didn't even notice they lost me.
Who?
My husband and his entourage.
A fine husband you have. I divorced my last one for less than that.
Divorced? Oh, he's just been beside himself ever since his mother.
Maybe now you'll understand what loss feels like. And what you people are doing to us.
I can tell by the color of her dress.
Stop bullying her. Can't you see she's upset?
Just wait until you find out who she is.
How do they know you? This isn't right.
Oh, I'm used to it. I guess that's how it is when your husband holds an office like that. He has to do a lot of things people don't like. And sometimes they recognize me, too.
Wait. Is your husband the Earl of Shiring?
I thought you knew.
William Hamley.
Oh, please don't abandon me, too. I swear, I'm not... I can't...
I used to know him when I was a girl.
Really?
Why did you marry him?
My parents arranged it. And it was an honor to be picked.
What's he like now?
I loathe him with all my heart. How do you know him?
That's a proper response. I'll be blunt.
He wanted to marry me when I was your age. Apparently he likes young girls, no matter how old he gets.
You too were supposed to marry him. How come you didn't?
He was a beast. So I refused.
You refused him?
It caused a lot of misery.
Oh, you're so courageous. I wish I was like you. I can't even stand up to the servants.
Don't act like you didn't have a hand in the downfall of this land. For years he roamed across the country to raid, rape and kill.
I'm sorry.
He's no Earl. After all he's taken from us, we should take something from him too.
She has nothing to do with this. Don't you dare touch her. Can't you see she's another one of his victims?
Oh, give over. She's in on it too.
Can you even imagine how it must be to be a child married to Hamley? The abuse and the humiliation every single day. I'm so sorry.
I'm crying because you know too.
Enough to know your pain.
I just don't know what to do anymore.
Sam, where the hell am I supposed to tether this horse?
It's Walter. He's looking for me.
Listen. Use your status. It gives you power. People will get used to doing what you say. Favor those who help, so people will recognize that it pays to oblige the Lady of Shiring. And since Hamley is hated, they'll soon love you more than him.
You make it sound so easy.
That should do it.
Walter.
You? I've not seen you in a long time. William would be very pleased if I brought him your head.
No! Don't harm her! If it wasn't for her, I'd be dead. She saved me from the storm.
Did she now? Come on, we have to get back to the castle. We've lost too much time already.
It's all right. You don't need to sacrifice yourself for me. Thank you for saving me and protecting me from these people.
Come on now, we need to get going. William is waiting.
As was it my rejection that bittered William to the prospects of marriage for the years that followed? Was I the reason he married so late? After I met Elizabeth I later, found out that she was the daughter of Harold of Weymouth, a wealthy knight and supporter of Stephen. Elizabeth was only 14 at the time of the wedding. Bishop Waleran wed them in the Cathedral of Sharing, and everyone of importance was invited to the large feast. Elizabeth is a gentle girl who probably felt honored to be chosen to become the Earl's wife. I dare not imagine how William treated her. One more reason to finally put an end to all of this. Cool. End of chapter. I brought her some soup. Alright. 4 more chapters left. Chapter 18. Outlaws. Are we outlaws now? Oh no.
Dear Francis, the letters I have written to you over the years surely could be bound into a book. One of our young novices once asked me why I write to you when you are dead. The young can be blunt, but the thing is, I think you are still alive. One day, I hope, I will find you, and then you will read these letters. And when you do, you will know that I was busy writing a book.
2 books. 3
because
books.
of my book, I may have to talk to Bishop Henry. But that is not the only thing that keeps me awake tonight.
I was thinking he was calling the letters the books.
Behind a wall in our crypt, Jack discovered a hidden room. We do not know who built it, but it is likely that Prior James hid there, even after he was said to have drowned. That means he was alive when we met in Kingsbridge on New Year's Day, the day of his burial. And Jack told me he saw a man in the church the night it burned down. Was that him? And if so, did he burn in the fire that night? The dust storm and the drought are taking their toll on all of us. Thanks to our town wall, we are safe from the Earl and the outlaws. We've heard of places nearby being raided. We believe the attackers were William Hamley's men. We have enough food to last us another few weeks. But life has come to a halt. Martha believes there will be rain soon. But the storm is only a harbinger of rain. I hope that she is right.
Me too.
Jonathan worries about my book, The Divine Soul. In Winchester, he heard that Bishop Henry was less than pleased by what I had written. I am not naive enough to pretend I do not know why. I wrote that hope is godly, and since God made each of us, hope and salvation are only to be found within ourselves. Henry sells hope, and I am giving it away for free. If the church should ask me to clarify my position, of course I shall do so. But I feel I must give our people what they need in these desperate times. And how could I write anything else if this is what I truly believe?
In letter.
It must be well after midnight. With you, I can be honest about what truly troubles me. Jack said that he was in the cathedral the night it burned down, and something told me he was responsible. He didn't say it out loud, but there was something in his eyes. I could see the truth. I know I am right, and I don't think Tom knew either.
Save yourselves! The Saint! We must save the Saint! Fire! The whole roof is in flames!
My God!
Don't go in there! Adolphus! The Saint! We must save him! No! No! Don't go!
And as horrible as it may sound, I cannot find it in my heart just now to forgive Jack. Maybe because this confession comes too late, and from a man who I have learned to trust. This is the truth.
You said it on purpose. I would like to know. It was an accident.
I should get some air, Francis. The storm has settled down.
I remember that. I remember it well. It was an accident. Wait, where am I going? Take a walk. Okay. Hey, the storm did settle down. Nice. Look at me go.
A magnificent cathedral. But I would have been more than content with the old one, had it not been burned to the ground. No, I'll take a walk around the cathedral instead.
Okay. Path around cathedral, so over here. Okay. What am I gonna see? What's gonna happen? Well, who's that?
Hello? I thought I saw someone. That came from the kitchen.
Uh-oh. Was that Jack? Is that Jack?
Oh, it's you.
You startled me.
I thought I heard something. Was that you?
No, but I heard it too. Maybe Aliena came back.
No, she's asleep. She returned a few hours ago. Damn it.
Jack.
Sorry. There's someone in the kitchen.
Darn it.
Yes, I think you're right.
Stay behind me. I'll go ahead.
Do you have a something to stab in the face?
There's someone in here.
There's two someones, actually.
Outlaws. They are probably just after food. I will talk to them. All right.
Don't get stabbed.
Please, listen. We don't mean you harm.
Philip, be careful! Damn it! Philip, throw me a stone!
Ooh, did we just get dead?
Philip!
Are we gonna replay that? Oh, we did. You can get deaths in this game. What do you know? Well, there you go. It's the door cages. Hey, Brave Star.
Please, listen. We don't mean you harm.
Philip, be careful!
I said don't get stabbed, by the way.
Philip, throw me a stone!
Jeez, it's so fast.
Jack, no! It's him. Brother Marcus.
Brother Marcus?
He took Cuthbert's keys to steal food here from the kitchen. Because of me, Remigius found out. And he left. We never saw him again.
Looks like he came back.
Is he dead? He doesn't look so good.
You didn't mean for this to happen.
No, but
What about him?
Don't be afraid.
Ah! Jack! Why did you do that, you animal? I will get the others.
No!
What?
He's just a child.
Just a child. Jack forgave the child, just like that. And I forgave him. For that was what he had been when he arrived in Kingsbridge. Just a child.
That's what I thought. Like
Who was I to judge this man for not confessing what he had done? I had never told his wife, Aliena, that I was responsible for her fate, and for her father's. Even that night, when we all met, I did not dare to tell her.
Didn't I say something about that? I thought I said something about that.
The walls of Kingsbridge weren't enough anymore. The outlaws had found a way in. We weren't safe in our homes.
So this is what it has come to. Kingsbridge is under attack.
Why didn't Uncle Richard chase them away? Why?
Now, do not exaggerate. This is not a siege.
We only saw 2 of them, and one of them was a child.
But they almost killed you.
They were just looking for food. They didn't mean any harm.
It's the drought. It destroyed all the crops. They must eat something.
Desperate or not, they're only the vanguard of a full-scale invasion.
If we had a decent Earl, the people wouldn't be starving.
It is all too easy to blame a desperate child. Forgiveness is much harder.
It is.
But forgive we must.
Can you? Forgive, I mean.
I already have.
Hamley is the reason for this. He's to blame. It's that simple.
Well, he won't be Earl for long. The Treaty of Wallingford has been signed at last. It's only a matter of time until things change.
What treaty? Winchester is in turmoil about this right now. Stephen and Maud have signed the treaty. Maud's son, Duke Henry, is to be crowned the next king.
And, by agreement, all lands are to be returned to their previous owners.
But Stephen will continue to rule as long as he lives.
The earldom will be ours again.
It will not.
Why the bloody hell not?
Bloody hell.
Language? No one will enforce this until Stephen is dead.
What is to be done then?
Yeah.
We only have to wait till Maud's son sits on the throne, don't we? And then ask him for help.
And if Hamley were to fight the decision, he'd have to face the king's army.
Well, if they're hungry, can't we just give them something to eat? I'll share.
We should, and we will. But there are too many to feed them all.
We must do something.
Well, I cannot sit quietly and wait until Stephen dies of old age.
This conversation is weird.
The Treaty of Wallingford is in place. I won't wait for another 17 years. Not when I'm so close to fulfilling the promise I made to my father.
Wait, I thought we didn't care
You're right,
about
but
that.
it wasn't William Hamley who came here last night. It's the outlaws we need to worry about.
Well, what do we do about it?
Ha! You know, we could solve all our problems with one blow. We could either fight those outlaws, or we could make them fight for us.
Fight for you?
Right! We could make them attack William Hamley.
Huh.
And while they're busy killing each other, we can plan a surprise attack.
I won't have any of that.
What about his mother? I've heard that Hamley still listens to her, that she still has a say in Earl's Castle.
Yes, let's tell his mother.
If we spoke to Regan Hamley, we might not need a physical confrontation at all.
That'll never work. We have to assault them and take back our father's castle. Even if that means fighting alongside the outlaws.
I don't like either choice, to be honest.
Really what I was going for.
Neither do I. So, what do you think, Alena?
Man. I don't think the outlaws is the way to go.
I'll negotiate with Regan Hamley. I will go to Earl's Castle. Alone.
Are you serious, Ali?
Regan Hamley seems to be in a tight corner herself. She might well be willing to cooperate.
I do hope you're right.
That goes so bad.
I'll ride with you.
You won't, Cub. Not with that leg of yours.
Your mother is right. Besides, if we all turn up, they might think we mean them harm.
Wait, didn't I say alone? What part of alone don't you understand? Alright. Well?
And so, after 17 years, I finally returned to the place I'd once called home.
I've been there before! Didn't I go there for, like, stuff?
Because I had failed to gain support from the people of Shiring, my only hope now was a deal with William Hamley's mother, Regan. A woman whose possible support was only guaranteed by rumor.
This is such a bad idea. But I did the bad idea. The other idea was a bad idea, too. They were both bad ideas. It was just, which bad idea am I gonna use? You know, originally the father of Earl Bartholomew ordered to build a castle a few miles outside of the market town of Shearing, which was meant to serve as the seat of the town's earl. That area, including a small village, the surroundings and the building itself, is now known as Earl's Castle. The castle had mainly served as living quarters for the Earl's family, but its defenses have rarely been used. After Earl's Castle had been violently seized by the Hamleys, all other inhabitants were driven from the estate. Nowadays, Earl's Castle is a name to be feared. Ever since the Cathedral of Shearing was finished, William Hamley's has become more disgruntled. Some believe he lost his faith and only lives to satisfy his own greed and hunger by stealing from starving peasants.
Get in line and stay in line. You'll all get your chance to pay your dues to Lord Hamley, you hear?
Is that guy?
So no pushing.
That's the same guy. It doesn't look like he's gotten any older.
Why does Lord Hamley need all that food? Calm yourself. I'll make sure that nothing will happen to you. They took a woman in my town. She never came back. Nothing will happen to you if you just remain calm. Are you all right?
What do you think? Of course I'm all right. I'm more all right than anyone else in this crowd. Just because Lord Hamley insists on women to deliver the tributes, don't mean you have to send your youngest and prettiest. Fools.
This is such a bad idea.
Patience, patience. Everyone will get a chance to pay their dues to Lord
I
Hamley.
already have one.
I regret this decision.
I'm just a shepherd's daughter. I have no business here. Let me pass.
Ha! Wait till it's your turn.
This is such a bad.
I want to go home.
Oi, you there. Yes, I meant you. That's a pretty face you got there. You're coming with me.
What? Leave her. Take me instead.
Well, whatever. You'll walk to the other side of the yard and talk to Walter. He'll get you settled. And don't you dare stray from the path.
Bad idea.
They say Lord Hamley might lose shiring soon. What if the next Earl has us all hanged?
Calm down. None of these royals really care about this shithole.
I know those two. They used to fight for father. May I interrupt?
What is it?
How can you fight for someone like William Hamley? My father was nothing like that tyrant.
Oh, dear Lord, it's you.
You always sat in your neat little keep playing hostess to his well-off guests, while the poor snuffed it just as they do now.
Well, at least William treats us as his equals, and not like pawns on a board of nine men's Morris.
Was my father really that bad?
Your mother could have answered that question.
He once told me that she was very unhappy when she died.
And you never wondered why?
I'm here to talk to Lady Regan Hamley.
She's in the keep.
But only Lord William and Walter are allowed to go there.
And they'll kill you if they find you there.
So you won't help me?
We've already helped you more than enough by not ratting you out.
I'm not gonna say he
Don't
was
tell
a good
anyone
Earl.
that you saw me.
We won't, if you promise to leave now.
Because that's not, you know... I don't know.
Are you done yet?
Almost. Let me just see if I took enough. What are you doing here? You need to leave. Don't come any closer. William has me watched.
What's taking so long?
I forgot the pork. I'll be out shortly. Wait a moment, then follow me. We don't have much time.
Hey, look.
You will look for me any moment now. So why did you come?
King Stephen has declared a truce with Empress Maud. William's tyranny is over. This land might finally see peace again. That's why I'm here, to talk to his mother.
And what will become of me?
We'll just...
My brother will become the next Earl, but I'll run things alongside him. At the same time, I don't want to give up my wool trade, so you could help me there.
I want to help you. I really do. But I don't know how. I feel so useless.
Can you take me to Lady Hamley?
I wouldn't know how. Hugh Axe is watching me. He would never let you through. Only Walter and I are allowed inside the keep. Why don't you ask him? Walter.
Walter? William's dog?
Don't call him that. He's not as bad as people say he is. William won't allow me to talk to him anymore. Now Lady Regan is all I have left.
I will talk to Walter then.
Hurry up in there! Or do you want me to come in and pull you out?
I need to go.
Man, it's just one bad idea after another bad idea. You know? How do I get to Walter? How do I get up here? Oh, over here.
Oi, sod off. You have no reason to be here.
Oh, okay. I'm sodding. I'm sodding.
Elizabeth claims you aren't such a bad person after all.
Am I not? Have you forgotten that I killed your family's steward?
You got problems over there, Walter?
Tell your guard to stand down. Have a heart.
So, you think I'm a nice bloke, and you give me orders on how to handle my men? Don't make me laugh. Hugh!
What?
I promise, once my family is back in charge, things will get better for everyone. Or do you really not care for all the starving people?
I don't believe you. But it's not up to me to judge these things. I'll take you to Lady Hamley. She'll decide.
Okay, that works.
My lady?
Elizabeth, could you get me some water, dear?
Yes, my lady. But first, I need you to wake up, my lady. There is someone who wants to see you. It's the Lady Aliena.
The Lady Aliena? When did that bitch become nobility again?
Explain
I'm
yourself.
certain you've heard about the treaty the king made with Duke Henry at Wallingford Castle.
I have. I have also heard that it's a muddled mess.
It is a complicated deal indeed, but one that will end the war. And one that makes my family the rightful owners of this earldom once more.
Only by word. There's no one who would come to enforce this, not even the king.
You need to understand that there is great anger among the peasants of Shiring. Anger against your son, against you, even against that poor woman, Elizabeth. If your son doesn't step down, the people will take their land back by force.
That's a lie. My William is a better earl than your father ever was. To think that I once wanted to marry my good William into a family like yours. Not a day goes by when I am not glad that God saved us from that horrible fate.
Oh, she's
And that he sent that monk to Bishop Waleran to unveil your father's evil plan.
What monk?
That prior of Kingsbridge. Philip of Gwynedd.
What?
Please, my lady. You need to hear her out.
Oh, my dear Elizabeth. Don't you see what she is trying to do to us?
If you don't listen, things will get worse for everyone. People are starving because of your son. They will rise up and come for you. They're already attacking Kingsbridge. It's only a matter of time till they come here.
My lady. The Lady Aliena came here to make things better.
She has only ever made things worse. She mocked my son for wanting to marry her.
She had every right to deny him.
What? How can you say that? He is your husband. He's good to you.
If it wasn't for Walter, I'm sure William would have killed me already.
What's going on here? What's that bitch doing here?
She's trying to bargain.
She's trying to take everything.
Is she? Is she now?
Leave it.
Shut up, old man. Cut that whore up, Walter!
No. You brought this on yourself.
You bloody traitor!
Right,
Someone
good.
get up here! Men! You will pay. You will all pay for this.
Right in the gut. Oh yeah. I've been waiting 17 years to do that or whatever. I don't know. He looks like he's not doing so good. I think I got a good stab in. It wasn't the face or the butt, but you know. Is he dead? Looks pretty dead to me.
Is he dead?
Hey, that's what I said.
He is. William Hamley is dead.
What now?
Now we tell his men.
I feel no remorse.
Drop your weapons immediately!
That worked out for me.
Behold the banner of the new Earl of Shiring!
Hey, it's a bear.
Everyone, listen!
Worked out way
Lord
better.
Hamley is dead! The castle now belongs to the former Earl's family again.
What? You're shitting us!
It was the King's wish.
Who killed him?
He died because he refused to hand over Earl's Castle peacefully.
He knew that the king was about to take the earldom away from him. To avoid punishment, he took his own life. My name is Lady Aliena of Shiring.
Let's lie about it.
I'm the daughter of Bartholomew, the former Earl of these lands. I've been tasked to end the tyranny of William Hamley and restore order to Shiring.
Every attack on us is sanctioned by the King of the English.
So what will happen to us then?
I shall tell the king that William Hamley forced you to do his bidding. That every atrocity done to the people of Shiring was his doing and his alone. That is my final word.
You will get your chance for redemption by helping the people of Shiring recover from your own cruelty. And by rebuilding their homes and tending to their fields.
Ali, I know that you're a much better leader than I. Without you, we would never have come this far. You never hesitated with swearing and fulfilling the oath to father. In the end, I will be the Earl in name only, but you shall be the true ruler of Shiring.
Thank you. We'll just say...
Richard, thank you.
I owe you a lot, Ali.
You do.
The tyranny of William Hamley is over. The earldom of Shiring belongs to its rightful heir.
Like a lot. King Henry II, by the council of all his barons and for the fulfillment of the treaty, has decreed that Shiring and each township shall return to the owners from before the former Lord King Stephen's stewardship within the fixed term for its sovereignty. Those to be in succession by blood of former Earl Bartholomew shall claim the title. Therefore, Elena of Shiring is to be announced Countess of Shiring in an official inauguration until her son becomes of age.
Send a messenger to Kingsbridge to let Prior Philip know that Shiring is finally free.
What is it? Why are they laughing?
You can send a messenger if you want, but there won't be much of a prior left when he arrives.
Ali, what's going on?
Uh-oh. Well, I was way better than I thought it was going to. We may finish this. We may finish this after all. We got 2 left.
The Pope believes we should either burn him or make him Bishop of Kingsbridge.
I have already taken matters into my own hands. My men arrested him while Kingsbridge was left unguarded.
While his friends took Earl's Castle?
Yes.
At least in his death, William Hamley was of use to you.
Okay. Well, I guess I got arrested. The end. There's 2 chapters left.
Look at all these people. Seems like they're enjoying themselves.
They never change. You drooling dogs should be ashamed.
Shut up, you old hag. Ellen?
I'm not feeling well.
I'll take care of you. You two go ahead. Hurry up.
Is your mother ill?
It's not that. This is where they hanged my father.
It looks very similar because it's the same place. Wait, how
The
does this
trial
guy?
begins.
How is that guy not aged?
The judges. Brother of Stephen, King of the English. The Right Reverend Bishop Henry of Winchester. Her Highness, the Countess Lady Aliena of Shiring. Presiding over the trial, the Right Reverend Bishop of Shiring and Kingsbridge, Waileron Bygod.
Please. The church is not without fault.
What?
We have gathered here today before the eyes of God to accuse one of our own. He wrote in his book that the church and the papacy are not necessary as intercessors between God and man. That God is in man, that all men are equal, and that each sinner is as close to our Lord as the Pope himself. Now, we ask God for his judgment. For his is the kingdom, the power, and the glory. Not ours, and not yours. You stand accused of heresy. Philip of Gwynedd, how do you plead? Answer!
I am not guilty.
Your teachings speak another language. Guilty, I say.
I am deeply saddened. It may come as a surprise to you, but we had hoped to make you Bishop of Kingsbridge. Why has it come to this, Philip?
In part, I am to blame. I supported Philip in his early years. I demand that Philip be removed from his position of prior immediately.
No!
And that he remain in captivity until such time that Shiring and all of England have healed from the poisonous words he has dispersed.
No!
What? Yes?
Sure.
You are accusing Philip because he has defied you.
I made him prior, and grateful he was not. But no, I accuse him because his teachings are false. And I intend to prove that Philip's decisions have been more than misguided in the past. Call in Remigius.
The Prior of Shiring, Father Remigius.
My bishop.
Tell the court, Remigius, what you have told me.
For many years, I served as sub-prior of Kingsbridge. First for Prior James, then for the accused.
What was your first impression of him?
I was offended by his bluntness and accusations during the chapter discussions.
What else?
Prior Philip did not hesitate to give refuge to the people fleeing Earl's Castle in the winter that our king died.
Is that not a good deed? A true Christian act?
You do not know him as well as you think you do, Lady Aliena. Today, that will change.
The future master builder of our cathedral and his woman were among those taking refuge. They were living in sin. They were unmarried and fornicating. Philip allowed them to stay.
Why would he do that?
I do not know, my bishop.
Maybe because he himself was involved in similar affairs. We will see.
Then, on the day of our first fleece fair, we were attacked.
I heard. It was terrible.
I tried to soothe the woman's pain by reading the scripture to her. The builder's woman I have spoken of tried to put a spell on her with poisonous herbs.
And Philip intervened?
Yes. He pushed me aside and gave the woman poison.
Wow. It is worse than I thought.
Wow.
It was no poison.
And then there was the day the Virgin Mary's statue arrived in Kingsbridge. I did not believe it was a miracle.
Clearly, it is a miracle. I hear of many who were healed in Kingsbridge.
Yes! Amen! Oh, Mary, bless us all!
Well, I soon realized it was a true miracle, but Philip did not. He was only after the money people donated at the Virgin's Shrine. That is why I left.
Man, oh man. Wow.
I believe there is one more thing you have not told us about. Something
That's
very
some
important.
backstabby business.
Yes.
There.
Philip has fathered a child.
Unbelievable! I knew it!
A son. And he raised him in the priory.
He is guilty!
Oh, they're talking about Jonathan?
Jonathan of Kingsbridge, step forward.
preposterous.
Is it?
Is this true? Are you Philip's son? Answer the question, Jonathan of Kingsbridge.
I have no father.
Everyone has a father.
That may be. But if Philip was my father, he would have told me.
How do you know he did not lie to you?
Speak.
Philip would never lie. He told me that I was found in the woods.
In the woods? Is this true, Philip? Or are you lying? Well, you told the story so many times.
My brother found him.
Your brother? Had he not been working for Earl Robert of Gloucester? You have not seen him in a long time now, have you? Let us ask your brother if your stories are true.
Francis, what happened to you?
This is not your fault. He does this to hurt you.
By God.
Francis of Gwynedd. He was arrested more than 15 years ago. He was arrested for conspiring against his own master, Earl Robert.
Remove the prisoner.
Wait, what? I'm confused. I thought he was supposed to say stuff.
Philip told me himself, and I told Earl Robert. For God and the Church cannot take sides in these conflicts. Only one brother has been tried so far, but both of them conspired against Earl Robert. And his ally, Earl Bartholomew, your father, Lady Aliena. Philip took in all those refugees years ago because he was to blame for their fate. As he was for yours when you lost your father and your earldom. That, Lady Aliena, is the man you are trying to protect. Well?
I know that he is a troubled man. We've all had to make hard decisions. Decisions that seemed right at the time. When indeed, they were terrible mistakes. I am thankful that I was forgiven when I made a mistake. Now I forgive him. Let us now return to the problem at hand. There is a man who witnessed how Jonathan was found in the forest. A man who can shed light on who Jonathan's father really is.
And who is that?
My husband.
Step forward.
Jack.
What is your name?
He is the master builder of Kingsbridge.
Have you lost your courage?
No, I have not. You know well why it would be hard for me to face you. They call me Jack, after my father. My name is Jack Jackson.
Yes, we have met before.
How old were you when you allegedly saw Jonathan as a child in the woods?
12. But I know what I saw. Philip told the truth.
You were a child. And what were you doing there, in the woods?
I was living in the forest, with my mother.
They were outlaws.
Prior Remigius is the most trustworthy witness we've seen today, and his statement was quite damning to Philip. The distant memories of an outlawed child cannot convince me otherwise.
He fathered a child!
Let him go!
He would never do that!
And yet, Lady Aliena is right. We do not know enough to judge him as harshly as you proposed, Bishop Waileran.
You are right, Bishop Henry. As I said, it is not up to us to judge this man.
Stab him in the face.
Philip of Gwynedd has pleaded innocent, but how innocent is he?
Stab him in the face. We've already stabbed somebody.
We ask God for his judgment. As Bishop of Kingsbridge and Shiring, I demand an ordeal by fire.
This is madness!
Philip of Gwynedd will be tried and judged at the stake. If he is innocent, God will save him from the flames. If he is not, then he will burn as the heretic and sinner God has declared him to be.
No! Waileran, by God! Not this time.
It's her.
I saw the child and Francis. I was there. Philip is not the child's father. He is a fool, but he is a good man.
Then, who is the father?
It is me.
They are all in this together. This woman is a witch and an outlaw, living in sin with a thief. He was hanged in Shiring 30 years ago.
He was not a thief. He was a good man. You've murdered him, Waileran, by God.
What is this nonsense?
He was a thief. He stole a golden chalice and melted it down and sold it.
What chalice?
The chalice of the Eucharist. He stole it from the Cathedral of Kingsbridge.
Sacrilege.
Yes, Friar James of Kingsbridge caught him red-handed.
Is that the chalice? You said it was melted down and sold.
Fall not for their lies. That could be any chalice. This does not prove a thing.
Where did you find this chalice?
In a secret chamber. We believe Friar James hid it because he felt guilty for falsely accusing Jack's father.
What proof do you have?
He told me. The night the cathedral burned down, I was there, I saw him.
Friar James died weeks before that.
No, he did not.
This has become a trial for
Bishop
the bishop.
Henry, he speaks the truth.
Order! I will give you until sunset to produce a witness who can prove your accusations against Bishop Waileran. Not just this chalice. If you fail to do this, I will make sure you are tried for defamation. Philip of Gwynedd, you will stay under arrest. The trial recommences at sunset.
The bishop's like,
We
well,
need a witness.
that didn't
What are you
go like
doing?
I planned.
I've seen you draw up plans for a cathedral. Maybe we can do something similar to find our witness. Let's see. Your father.
He looks just like you.
My grandmother said he did.
And Bishop Waileran. What are the
It's like
connections?
a dork.
Maybe By exploring them, we can find a witness.
Good idea.
Jack's father. If he was still with us, he could be our witness.
Maybe he still can. Mother says Waleran was behind my father's death.
And she said he wasn't alone. There were 3 men responsible for your father's death. Bishop Waleran, Percy Hamley, back then he was the Sheriff of Shiring, and Prior James of Kingsbridge.
Also dead.
If they were all there, then they were all witnesses.
And only Waleran's still alive.
Hardly a coincidence. Why would these 3 men work together to falsely accuse your father?
He was on the White Ship. No one survived that night. No one lived to tell the story.
Yes. He was the sole survivor.
And then they killed him. But why? And what about the ship?
My father wanted to go to England. He was the only one who made it when the White Ship sank.
Percy Hamley was the Sheriff of Shiring. Well, he could have ordered your father to be hanged.
But he was arrested and held in Kingsbridge first. Prior James claimed that my father had committed theft.
Now, what about Prior James?
James was the prior of Kingsbridge.
That's where they say your father stole the chalice, melted it and sold it.
But we know that's not true.
As we found it, Philip recognized the chalice.
But Bishop Henry wants a witness. The chalice isn't enough.
But it's an important lead for us.
That's true.
I think we're getting closer. So Waleran and the others claimed your father had stolen a chalice from Kingsbridge Cathedral.
We're deducing.
And that he sold it.
Yes.
We know that's not true, but we need a witness.
It's the only way to help Philip.
The chalice was used to kill the last survivor of the White Ship.
Yes.
Philip said that Prior James was an honest man. So perhaps Waleran forced him to falsely accuse your father.
Maybe.
That might explain why James was guilt-ridden. The monks still tell the stories about how James thought the devil was after him.
James claimed that your father had stolen the chalice and sold it. But instead, James himself hid it in Kingsbridge, in the crypt.
We found his scourge in a bed down there.
That secret chamber is important.
Bishop Waleran is at the center of all this.
Everyone thought Prior James was dead. That he broke into the ice. And now we know he was hidden away.
Why did his monks believe he was dead?
Sub-Prior Remigius told everyone he had found James' rosary by the river. So everyone thought the body had been washed away. They buried an empty casket.
But how is Remigius involved?
Philip told me that Remigius was there when Waleran made Philip prior. Waleran and Remigius knew each other.
That explains why Waleran later made Remigius prior of Shiring.
And Remigius recognized my mother when we arrived in Kingsbridge. He must have been there at the time my father was arrested. I think Remigius knows all about this.
Is it possible that Waleran told Remigius to make Prior James disappear when James began to talk about what they'd done?
When James started talking to the devil.
But for some reason, Remigius hid him away. But Waleran never knew. Yes, that explains why he really didn't believe you. When you said you had seen James in the fire.
Where James died after all. And Remigius thought no one knew.
We have to find Remigius. He's our witness.
Let's hurry. It's getting dark already. The trial will continue soon.
People know you two. You shouldn't walk around shiring like that.
He's right.
I'll go look for him.
All right.
Hey,
Take
remember
care
you
of
play
yourself.
him?
And Jonathan,
Yes?
we will talk later about what was said today. About Tom.
All right.
Yeah.
Remigius.
I don't even know
Now where are you?
Where is she?
Do you want to go in, Father?
No, not yet. Thank you.
Are you not with Prior Philip?
Yes, I am.
I pray they'll set him free.
He's a good man.
He is a heretic!
You're fools! Look at yourselves! Who are you to judge a man who has never hurt anyone?
Forgive them, Father.
We don't judge him, but God will!
There he is. There he went over there. Where? He's over there. He went over there. The heck?
Remigius? I don't think he's here. Wait. Was that him?
It was.
I think I saw him.
There he goes. Oh, he went into St. George.
Hello? The door's open. Is anyone there?
You had one task.
By God! No!
Our bishop is very displeased.
No! What are you doing?
I'm doing what is asked of me.
Stop it!
No! Stay away! This does not concern you! No!
It kind of
Who
does.
told you to do this?
No one!
Well, I think we got our only witness. That was a huge mistake.
Why did he do this to you?
I will tell you. I will tell everyone.
Do you have a witness?
Father Remigius, Prior of Shiring.
Where is Timothy?
What they told you is true. Bishop Waleran wanted the jongleur Jacques Cherbourg dead. He ordered our Prior James to frame him. And so he did.
This is a lie!
He did not jump.
Is
He
it?
fell.
James lost his mind because of what he did for you. He was about to tell everyone the truth. And then you ordered me to kill him.
Nonsense.
Let him speak.
I couldn't do it. I hit him, but he died in the fire. Jack saw him. It was him. I found the bones after the fire, and I buried them.
You should put an end to this, Henry. You really should.
Why would I?
You should stop this
For your own sake. You knew about all this.
Why would I care if that jongleur lived or died?
Your brother cared. The jongleur survived the sinking of the White Ship. He saw how your brother's men killed the king's family so that he could take the throne.
This is preposterous.
Bishop Henry and King Stephen ordered us to kill the man. You want the truth? That's the truth. Right there.
It is not.
Wow.
Waileran is a liar.
Regan Hamley.
Who is she?
I have waited long enough for this day. It is time I raise my voice.
This is quite the reveal.
The woman, Ellen. She spoke the truth. 3 men were responsible for the death of the jongleur. James, the prior of Kingsbridge. The sheriff, my husband, Percy Hamley. But it was Waileran who was behind it.
We got two
only
witnesses.
Waileran.
Two witnesses.
He had heard rumors about the White Ship, about our king. He had hoped to win the king's favor by hanging an innocent man.
But it was not just me. They all knew.
Take him away.
That's it.
This is for taking my husband's life.
It was Waileran!
Oh, we did it. It's over.
Yes, it's over.
But we have one more chapter left.
Thank you, Lady Hamley.
This monk must learn his lesson.
The Pope would agree. This trial is not over. Philip pleaded not guilty, but he challenged the teachings and the authority of the Church. The ordeal of fire will take place.
Well, it's not over.
To show that the Church is not above God. To show that my brother, the King of the English, is not above God. Not we, but God shall judge this man.
This is madness!
No! He can't do this!
Philip! No! You cannot do this!
This is now a matter of the Church, Lady Aliena. My brother, the King, and I accepted the traitor Waileran into our midst. We were fools and sinners, even if we did not know. I pray that our Lord will save Philip from these flames, for his salvation shall be a salvation for all of us sinners.
Did we learn anything related to this? Is this going to be the end of the chapter?
Light the pyre!
Or is he not going to be saved?
My God, there must be something we can do.
Stop this madness!
I think maybe that didn't work out for him. I don't know. All right, but I guess we gotta do some Simpsons trivia because Bravestar redeemed it. So let's do it. Then we can probably finish the last chapter and be done. So, Bishop was brought to justice. Philip did not admit to heresy. Francis lied because of Philip. He was arrested by Waileran in 1136. You managed to clear the name of Jack's father. Francis didn't blame me. Forgave Philip for causing your family's downfall. Finally, Jonathan learned his parents were. Philip was ordered to be buried alive. I don't think we could have done anything about that. Alright. Simpsons trivia. Let's see if I can figure out how to do this while this game is running. Hopefully I don't break the game. Here we go. Alright. No, that wasn't the end of the game. We got one more chapter. We're doing Simpsons trivia. Because it was redeemed. Yeah, yeah, exactly. There's 20 quizzes, and we'll do 19. This one's called Homer the Great. And I got that Homer the Great poster. Oh man, what was the name of the plumbing company Homer hires to fix the leak in the basement? What was the name of the plumbing company Homer hires to fix the leak in the basement? Man, that's a tough question. It's gonna be a funny name. Bone Dry Plumbing? I don't know. That's not that funny. It's 3 words though, that would work. What's it called? Stern Lecture Plumbing. Okay. Stern Lecture Plumbing. Well, yeah, I don't have the parts. It'll take about 2-3 weeks. So I didn't know. I didn't get multiple choice though, to be fair. Alright, well I'll give you all a taco party. I mean 500 tacos. You get 500 tacos for that. Oh, I gotta log in. I guess I'm not smart enough.
It's raining tacos.
Alright, we're gonna finish this game. 500. Bam! There you go. 500 tacos. Alright. And now we finish. Chapter 21. Chapter 20 was called The End. Chapter 21. I don't know if this is going to be a wrap-up chapter, or if this is actually going to be like a full-on chapter. I mean, obviously he's burning at this. He's burning. Like, he tastes like burning, probably. Oh, this is a wrap-up chapter. It's an epilogue. So apparently he died. Alright. Good to know. I think. Who's this? Philip? I think Philip died for his heresy. I think. Well, who's this? Maybe this is Philip. I don't know. Maybe he didn't die. Maybe there'll be a reveal here. We don't know who we are. Oh, we didn't die. Look at that. Never mind, we did not die. Wow, this place looks nice. Cathedral's all finished. We didn't die. I don't know how we survived. I guess we'll maybe find out. Here's the new prior. Oh, it's Jonathan. Jonathan's new prior.
Ah, Philip.
It is so good to see you, Jonathan.
Tell me, how are things at St. John in the Forest?
Francis is well.
Or maybe he did die.
That is
and
wonderful.
He's a ghost.
Yes, he enjoys the life there. You look worried, Jonathan.
Well, you have a visitor.
Your
He just
hair
arrived.
is also kind
Is
of.
that not a good thing, Jonathan? Who is it?
That is just it. I wasn't sure if you wanted to see him.
It has been a long time.
Ah, yes, it has.
What? What happened to him?
I had to know.
Know what?
The truth is, I never saw God or the devil. Have you?
After all that, he's alive? He's
Oh Lord,
alive?
deliver us from evil. Our Father, who art in heaven,
My God,
hallowed be
there
thy
must
name.
be something we can
Thy
do.
kingdom come,
Stop this
thy will be done on earth as it is
Are
in
you
heaven.
blind? Do you not know that a fire will burn any man, no matter who he is?
Why are you doing this?
After Wayland's words, there is doubt in their hearts about my motives, about my brothers. No words can erase that doubt, but God can. Our Lord is a cleansing fire.
He's still alive. It's a miracle. He is a man. God is
Jack
here.
did something.
How is this possible?
It's all a matter of perspective.
We have to stop this!
No, Jack. Come.
My God.
No, but that's what they see. That's what they believe.
The water. It's dousing the flames.
Steam.
It's a trick.
To them, it's a miracle.
The justice of our church. I believe Philip understands that now. His book will be destroyed. If you or your friends ever mention the White Ship again, I promise you will take Prior Philip's place. And God will not be as forgiving.
Their faith in you and your church is restored. I say it was worth sparing that monk's life.
Fake miracles. Nice.
Promise me
I
that
thought Jack
Wayland
did
will
something.
suffer.
But what happened to Wayland? Are we gonna get closure on that?
Philip?
Yes?
Did you see God? Did he save you that night?
I told him. He only smiled at me. I never saw him again, as long as I lived.
Philip is back.
What?
Philip!
Philip!
Philip! We're glad you're back.
Did you walk all the way again?
Just part of it.
Old fool.
Ellen stayed in Kingsbridge, together with Tom. I thought I had lost God, that he did not watch over us. But now I see him every day. He is in the good we do, in how we show our love. Jack's hands had become rough, his hair gray, but his eyes still burned bright like hot coals.
It's good to see you. To me.
Aliena's gaze could be as stern as her father's had been, but her heart and wit made her a leader people did not follow out of fear, but out of respect and loyalty.
Jonathan told us you had a visitor.
Just an old friend.
What do you think of this window?
Jonathan came to look more and more like his father, Tom. As Prior of Kingsbridge, he is also a builder of sorts.
I use mostly warm colours. What good are the large windows if it feels cold?
Sally is as stubborn and as gifted as her parents. It is her stained glass windows the light is falling through. She has children of her own now.
And I'd like to show you the plans for the new cloister.
Tommy will be the next master builder, and is as silent as his grandfather was. Once I heard him admonish his father to be more serious at work. Jack only smiled. He knew Tommy was right. Martha stayed in Kingsbridge as well. She was always there for every one of us.
Yeah, she never left.
Is the judge done now?
I don't know. Why don't you ask him yourself?
Is the judge done now?
It will never be done. Not in my lifetime. Not in yours.
Remember us for what we did.
Are we there yet?
For who we were. And maybe for what we tried to be. And when you turn your eyes to our cathedral, maybe you will see yourself.
We did it! We finished the game, I think. I don't know what's gonna happen now. Credits? Yep. Alright. We're done. Game over. Game over, man. Well, I enjoyed that. I really don't know exactly how our choices swayed the overall story. I don't feel like we had a huge say on the story itself. I think we had some say in a few decisions here and there. But I don't think we had much of a say on the story itself. I guess the bishop, like, surviving was the style at the time. I suppose. Bishop Waleran. The mastermind of the whole thing survives. I mean... There's Claire. She's looking outside. what did you all think of the story? Have any of you read the book and or watched the miniseries? I assume that it's very similar. I assume the story is basically the same, with some exceptions here and there. Like, because we did make some choices. Yeah, we did make choices. I don't feel like we had a whole lot of... Well, maybe we did. I don't know. Like, that one guy returning to steal food, I guess, was probably a consequence of our actions. Like, I feel like there's a few consequences that happen, like Francis being captured was probably a consequence, but it didn't really matter. Like, a lot of the consequences didn't really matter. Hey, Anlog, thanks for the raid. What were you up to? I'll give you a quick plunging as we watch the credits and reminisce about the game. There's your plunge. I am also kind of interested how much control we have over the narrative. I don't think we had a whole lot. But I wonder if we could have... I wonder if maybe Philip could have passed, could have, died. You know? This is the end of the game. We just finished the game, but that means you can be here for the vote. So... let's see if I can look it up. Video game. Plot. It looks like we don't have many in the way of choices for the plot. I feel like that one thing where we kill that one guy, the bad guy, that may have been something we had a choice on. I don't know. I'm happy the way that it turned out, though. Oh no, never mind. It's in the plot too. Oh no, it's not in the plot. This plot isn't what we did. Richard and the Outlaws did not attack. The plot, I'm looking at the plot on Wikipedia, and one of it says, Ileana infiltrates Earl's castle in hopes of ousting William and stabs him as Richard and the Outlaws attack. That didn't happen. That did not happen. So apparently this plot isn't 100%. This is what one person did when they wrote the Wikipedia article, I guess. So this is not necessarily what will happen. This is their choice, I guess. I do feel like there wasn't a whole lot we could do, though. But that was one difference I see. Also, they apparently found Jack in a different spot. So that's different too. So there are definitely differences in our plot as opposed to the plot that is written here in the Wikipedia article. Well, this game has high ratings too, so. Okay. So a few differences here, but not a huge change to the story. Did they make this or did they just publish it? I don't know. They published a lot of stuff. That's the thing. Alright, now we gotta do the vote. A vote. Here's our vote. Whoops, I meant to click store page. Oh, they did make this game. What else did they make? They have a city building game with focus on survival. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. They're doing some weird stuff. Making some weird ass games. What the heck? Oh my gosh, there's a what is this? What is this garbage? What are they doing? What is Daedalic doing? I was like, there's gonna be another Deponia game, but no, it's not an adventure game. A colony sim game? The heck? That's so weird. Not adventure, not adventure, not adventure, not adventure. I don't think that, do they even do they even publish adventure games anymore? Wow. I see Gollum there. That might be Anyway, alright, we have Hypnospace Outlaw, which looks like it's way ahead of all the other games. The Haunted Island, a Frog Detective game, a pet shop after dark, the Sexy Brutal Journey and Copy Noir business detective game. Those are the games we have on our vote. One seems to have a outright lead, but your vote does enter you in a raffle, so maybe you want to do that. And this is the modern queue. Our next queue is going to be the incentive queue. Which has quite a bit of games. Actually, it's got technically 14, but 3 aren't eligible yet because they haven't come out. Alright, I owe you all a taco party too, so let me do that, and then we'll open ad vote. And then we'll be done. We'll have an early raid, I guess. Really? It's that bad? Nah, we're not gonna do Jeopardy. I slept poorly last night. Wait, what? Oh, I forgot how to spell hypno. It's not bad, but you hated it? Oh man, it looks weird as heck. It looks weird. Looks super duper weird. Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotcha. I understand how that goes. Alright, I'm gonna open ad vote. Ad vote open. Not O-N. Oh, I gotta do time guesses. I gotta do time guesses too. Let me do time guesses first. Time guess results. Alright. Hitting Trouble Games is off by 1 minute. What the heck? Jeez. Wait, is this the right game? I think I'm looking at the wrong game. Am I looking at the wrong game? Or is that for Robot Odyssey? Nope. It was this one. Nope. Nope, it was this one. This is correct. This is correct. Hitting Trouble Games is off by 1 minute. And isn't even here to enjoy the tacos. Coffee's was off by 47 minutes. You believed how long to beat. Did I just speed run it? Can you imagine speed running a game like this? That sounds horrible. These games are so not meant to be speed ran. Let me see. I just want to see if anybody in there went out of their mind and decided to speedrun this. Can you imagine? Oh, nope. Like, this is not a game you speedrun. Yeah, I know, something like that. Narrative games where it's almost all story. I can't imagine. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody did Life is Strange. I just submit my time and I just win. It's probably not legit though. My time isn't legit. Yeah. Alright, now I'm gonna open ad vote. Alright. For 500 tacos rather, you can add a vote to any of these 6 games. That vote will stick with the game for its entire life in the vote until it's picked. People are still speedrunning it. Life is Strange has tons of people who speedran it. What? Like, why? Why would you do this to yourself?
Your ideas are intriguing to me, and I wish to subscribe to your newsletter.
Thank you for that follow. Somebody got sub 5 hours. It takes about 5 hours apparently to speedrun Life is Strange. Any percent. Oh, people do 100% too. Yeah, I know. The rules are... timing begins at gaining control. You can remap keys. You can't use turbo style controllers. And you have to use the original release. Well, there you go. That's crazy. You know what would be even worse? Speedrunning Life is Strange 2. Nobody has done that. There are no times for that. Wait, yeah, there are. Never mind, there are. It's just weird. Oh wait, I'm looking at levels, leaderboard. Never mind, there are times for that. 3 people did that. 3 people did it. 3 people did that. All right, Hypnospace Outlaw is the winner, as we kind of expected. 3 people did it. And for some reason, they don't explain themselves. What about True Colors? That was a good one. That was a good game. That could be speedran in 4 hours and 40 minutes, apparently. Well, I mean, I feel like if I can do it in less than an hour, or in maybe 30 minutes, I'm usually good with it. But, you know... Oh man, the whole series, no runs. I was like, did somebody really just do speedrun the whole series? One Before the Storm, 2, and True Colors. There's actually a leaderboard for it, but nobody's actually done it. Oh wait, somebody did do the remaster where they went through just 1 and Before the Storm. Nobody's done the full series. I don't think I'll be. I'm probably not going to be speedrunning mini games soon. My speedrunning battery kind of went empty. I feel like I did the best I could. And I had fun doing it. So, that's really what matters. I did the best I could, and I had fun doing it. Alright, Hypno Space Outlaw will be our next game. And then we'll set up the next vote. Oh, we gotta do the raffle. Let's see who won the raffle. Vote raffle. The winner of the raffle is Linger. Linger is the winner of the raffle. Yeah, this game. Okay. Game 393. We're getting closer and closer to 400. 18 hours. Whew. That's rough. Alright, now I gotta set up time guesses and then open the new vote. Close those time guesses. Open time guesses. I've seen people speedrun some crazy things. Claire's on top of the chair, by the way. Claire's actually on that chair. She's just on the top of it. There you go. Hypnospace Outlaw is now available for time guessing. And then when we'll do the next vote. Next vote. Which will be from the incentive queue. And there it is. There's the vote. New Tales from the Borderlands, which I've been told by multiple sources is awful. Coronic. Silence. Is that the Chronic of Silence? The Chronicle of Silence or something like that? That's a game that just came out. It's a 2024 game. We, and by we, I mean we. Like, I use the bits and the tips that come in, I use to kickstart adventure games. So that one was kickstarted by us, and it came out. We got the key, and I added it to the incentive queue. Then we have Lost in Time, and Sherlock Holmes Crimes and Punishments, which I think is another one of those Frogwares games. Hopefully better than the whatever. The Sinking City. And Trigger Happy Havoc. There you go. There's your vote right there from the incentive queue. Yes, there's a lot of games. I added all the Kickstarter ones to it. That's 5 games, but people added games. There's 3 of the Kickstarter ones that haven't come out, though. And I think some of them are, well, some of them might be long. I don't know. Anyway, that's our vote. So I'll be back. Wait, what is today? Today's Thursday, right? Yeah, I'm gonna be back on Sunday. I mean, I like having choices. I do like having choices. I you know, unless I play games for like 8 hours a day every day, it's gonna take a while to get through these. But I've gotta, you know, like, I got other stuff I gotta do. Correct, the red ones have not released yet. They cannot be picked. That means they cannot be picked. Yeah, they can't be picked yet. They are Kickstarter games, I think, let me look. I think Bent Oak Island is gonna release in a month or less, and I don't know about the other two. The duck one, Magret, and Face de Boik, or however you pronounce that, is apparently released, but it's getting translated into English. So, and Scott Whiskers, I don't know the status of that one. I mean, I hope these all get made, you know. I hope all these end up getting made. I mean, I can tell you, I can look to see what the status of it is. Since I did kickstart them all. Let's see what was the last update from Scott Whiskers. I haven't heard that one, and I haven't heard much about that one in a while. Their estimated delivery is July. So well, the thing is, a lot of these... Oh, it's going to be released March 21st, apparently. Yeah, I hope none of them do that. Bent Oak is also slated for March. And the English translation. So the game, like I said, the game is already made. It's just about getting an English translation of it. So they have not posted any updates at all. That one's honestly more concerning than any of the other ones. They estimate April on that one. Yeah, I know. I know there's no recourse, but... most of these people I follow on Twitter, though, so... I mean, Twilight Oracle, I was pretty sure was going to come out. That was Cosmic Void. They put out a lot of games before. That one was not. Like, that one I felt was no risk. I feel like all of these are practically no risk. I do do enough research into these things to know if I feel like they're not going to come out. I usually check them out on Twitter and make sure that they're at least legit. I said doo-doo. Alright, let's find somebody to raid. Okay, there we go. I enjoyed that game. I enjoyed the Pillars of the Earth. I thought the story was pretty good. It was pretty good. Alright, we got a Voozle doing apparently 4 years of streaming. Playing Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. First time. I've never played any Legend of Zelda games for any length of time. I tried to play Link to the Past, but I don't know. I just couldn't get into it. I think the only way I could get into Link to the Past is if I knew exactly what to do. Okay. I think I have that game. I have a Nintendo 64, and I have both of the Zelda games for the Nintendo 64, and I also bought I guess I played Breath of the Wild for a little bit, and then I learned your weapons broke, and then I stopped playing it. Basically. That's ultimately what happened with Breath of the Wild. Everybody was like, oh, Breath of the Wild is so good. It's so good. It's so good. So I was like, okay, I guess I'll get it. And then I got it and I was like, eh. I guess I'm just weird. Anyway, we're going to be raiding a Voozle who's doing The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. First playthrough. Like I said, I've never played, I've never finished a Zelda game. I will say that. I've never finished one before. I'm not weird, I'm nerd. I mean, everybody has their own, genres that they enjoy. There's some people who like to play racing games all the time. You know? I like Mario. I've played most, if not all, of the Mario 2D games. I like those. I enjoy those games. I just don't like Zelda. Well, I mean, it's not that I don't like Zelda, it's that I don't know if I have the patience for it. Anyway, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna be back on Sunday at 8 o'clock in the PM, and we will be starting Hypno Space Outlaw, and I hope that you'll join me for that. Have a great night, everybody, and I'll see you all next time.